Going live. Hi, we're live. How you doing,
What's
everyone?
up, everybody?
All right, welcome back. I was on a different account last year, but I'm always going to knock things over. It's what I'm going to do every chance I get. We're fighting. I'm going to have to turn off that light, so I'll take care of that here in a second. But welcome to our humble watching of the NFL draft. We did this last year, and it was so much fun. We want to do it again this year. I have it on the television and muted. I don't understand copyright as well as I should, considering I teach this stuff. I don't want to air this on my stream and then have like people shut me down. So we'll turn on the volume when picks are being made, that kind of stuff. But we're about 8 minutes away from the draft kicking off. And while I take a bite of pizza, I'm going to ask my buddy Ryan here to give me his top 5 players overall. Like, who are your top 5?
All right, so my top 5 players overall. Number 1 for me is CJ Stroud. I've just watched so much of him as a player and seen the film, and I think he has everything it takes to be a great NFL quarterback. And seeing what he did against the biggest competition really just solidified that for me. So CJ Stroud's my number 1. Will Anderson, he had a bit of a down year comparable, I guess, this year to his year before. But one thing I really like in players is early breakout age and consistency. So really like Will Anderson. Number 3, Devin Witherspoon. I think he is the best corner in the draft. Number 4 is Tyree Wilson. Really like him as well. I actually think he fits what the Niners like. Super long, bendy guys. So I really think that he's a guy that obviously if they were up that high, they would love to take. And then my number 5, despite the off-field stuff, Jalen Carter. You can't deny what the kid does on the field. Me personally, I would not want my team to take him. There's just a little bit too much around him. I wouldn't want my team to take him that high. But he's still my number 5 guy on the board.
So my top 5, he and I are in complete agreement. CJ Stroud is not just the best quarterback in this draft. He is the best player in this draft. And if you disagree, one of the 2 quarterbacks played in the championships and the other one didn't. One of the 2 quarterbacks shredded Georgia, and the other one did not go to the championship because he could not shred Georgia. In fact, he had his worst game against Georgia, and CJ Stroud had his best game against Georgia. That is all there is to it. Now, I don't think that CJ Stroud is an Andrew Luck, a Peyton Manning. However, the quarterback coach for the Carolina Panthers literally said, and I quote, he's Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and go with that. I'm going to go ahead and take that.
It's been enjoyable for me.
So number 1, CJ Stroud. Number 2, Jalen Carter. I also would not draft him, but he is absolutely the most talented defensive player in the draft. Number 3 is Will Anderson Jr. Number 4 is going to shock people. Miles Murphy, the defensive end out of Clemson. I think that people are ignoring his production and ignoring what he does best, which he is a position amplifier. So what he does well is if he's on the field, he gets production, he gets pressures, he gets sacks. But what he also does is open things up so other players can excel. So I honestly have him above number 5, which is Tyree Wilson. Tyree Wilson scares the daylights out of me. He would be higher on my board if he ever actually did anything. His production, like the reason people have him high on the board is what he could be. And I'm not a big what he could be guy. I'm like, no, if you couldn't do it in college, if you didn't do it in college, I don't believe you will do it in the NFL. So neither of us has Bryce Young on our top 5. Well, why?
For me, I have a hard time putting someone at in my top 5 when they would have to be just such a ridiculous outlier to be for like long-term success in the NFL. At his height and his size, there's just not a lot of proof in the NFL that works. So I just couldn't do it. And I mean, watching him on film, yeah, he's got some moves, um, but I just don't see as much of a polished player as I do with a guy like CJ Stroud.
Mhm.
But yeah, that's Bryce Young for me.
So the argument is, well, he was great against the SEC, and everyone knows the SEC is the 7th conference in the NFL. I get it. But even if you assume the SEC is the dominant playground from which we bring up our players, he's not half the best players, half the people who are getting drafted are on his team. He's not playing them. You could argue, well, he practiced against them. They're not hitting that quarterback.
Yeah.
They're not running. They're not doing that stuff. And again, he had his worst games against Georgia, where the other half of the first round is going to come from. So if he did poorly against his contemporaries, and he did, then I have no reason to believe he's going to elevate his game to the level. Great player in high school, no debate. Great player in college, no debate. The leap from college to the NFL, people are treating it because of Bryce Young. And look, he's a wonderful young man. He did amazing things in college. So did Tim Tebow. How'd that work out? The truth of the matter, he wasn't. They weren't comparable in size, but Tim Tebow is arguably the greatest college football player ever. He still couldn't make it at this level because this is a different level. And I wish him the best. I hope for the best. I truly hope that he has an amazing career. I hope he even comes back in 20 years and says, "Ha, you idiot. You don't know anything about football." I'll be like, cool. He commented on my post, and I'll be okay with that. I want those things to happen for him, but it is so statistically unlikely. It honestly, statistically, all of these quarterbacks are going to be trash. Maybe one of them work out, but if you look at the data, it just doesn't reflect it. And then that leads me to the unfortunate part of the draft. The NFL draft is like a football Christmas. And like every Christmas, especially when you're a kid, you open the present and it's shiny and it's new and you love it and it's great. But then you try to play with it. Maybe you don't understand it. Maybe you don't like it. Maybe it doesn't do what you think it was going to do. But the worst thing is when you open a present and you think it's something that it's not. If you draft a quarterback, because here's the big thing. If you draft a quarterback in the first round, you better be right. That's your job. You're betting your career on that guy. And the worst thing to do is draft a guy who's not that guy. And look, I'm aware of what hat I'm wearing. You get away with it when you draft a guy who's not the guy, but then the last guy you draft is the guy. Like you people will quickly forget. And the jury's still out on Trey Lance. We don't know. But when you draft a quarterback because he's a quarterback and you need a quarterback, you are a idiot. You need to make sure he's the guy. So if you're Houston and you look at CJ Stroud and you don't think he's the guy, I disagree. Maybe you agree. I don't know. I just keep hearing McCown say he's Joe Burrow. Yeah. How do you call a guy Joe Burrow and then draft not Joe Burrow? I gotta know. I gotta. I'm like, how do you do that? How do you justify doing
that? Pass on. Yeah.
So I'm still not sold that the Panthers take Young because your quarterback coach was on footage, on film, glowing about CJ Stroud and his distribution of the ball and all that he does well. And he says, this is Joe Burrow. And you're going to draft him for a guy whom you compare to a basketball player?
And you look at their coach too, Frank Reich. His history in quarterbacks are like all big guys. Like they're all above 6'2". That's like at the edge for I think that's exactly what CJ Stroud is.
Mm-hmm.
So it's one of those things that I could maybe Bryce Young's it. but I'm not sure. One thing that you were talking about, you draft a guy thinking he's one thing and then he turns out to be something else. Like, had the Bengals drafted back in 2010, had they drafted little Andy Dalton at pick 4 instead of AJ Green because they thought Andy Dalton was the guy, we would have been, our fan base would have hated Andy Dalton.
Mhm.
But we picked Andy Dalton in round 2, and Andy Dalton in round 2,
Yeah, you root for the guy drafted late.
right? He was a consistent performer, probably top 20 in a top 20 quarterback for most of the time that he played on our team. So second round, sweet, I'm good with that. So that's just really the difference. Bengals have another guy that a tight end that everyone on the team, all the fans hate him. Drew Sample, because we drafted in the second round. Everybody thought he was a 4th rounder. Drafted in the second round, he performed like a 4th round tight end.
Yep.
An average guy. He did the job, but we drafted him as like somebody else.
Yeah.
And he wasn't that person. It's unfair to him, honestly. But yeah, I'm just excited to see what happens because, the first round is obviously the biggest bang, and exciting. And then, the team gets filled the next 2 days. But this first round is just so exciting. Everyone's saying it's going to be chaos.
Oh man, I'm counting on it.
One question I had for you. Is there a guy in your top 30 that you think is probably not in very many people's top 30?
I don't think Murphy is in a lot of top 30s. He
Okay.
might be. Let me look here. I'll tell you who's in my top 30, but I got validated. There is a guy who had a low value, and he's been screaming up draft boards because they watched the film I watch. The tackle out of Oklahoma, Anton Harrison, I actually have him as my number 18. So I'm going to be really validated if Anton Harrison goes 15, 20, 25, because that means I'm seeing tackles the way other evaluators are seeing tackles.
Okay.
Well, then if I'm wrong, then I know that we're all just, whatever. But
a guy I have in my top 30 that is probably not in very many, center, John Michael Schmitz.
Minnesota?
Minnesota.
Yeah.
Minnesota linemen, those Big Ten linemen. I'm all about those guys, but watching his tape, he's just such a mauler on the interior. I think he could be like, a 10-year starter for sure in the league. Center's not valued as much early on in the draft, so I don't necessarily think he'll go first round.
You remember the team that last took a center in the first round and had everyone flip out?
Was it the Cowboys?
The Cowboys.
And guess what? Guess what? He's doing just fine.
And no one's complaining. So fans, what they love most. Here's the weird thing. Here's just a message for anyone drafted tonight. First off, good luck. Be wise with your money. Honor God. But if you're drafted in the first round, congratulations. But the team might tell you you don't need to save the franchise. The owner might tell you you don't need to save the franchise. The fans who fill the stadium expect you to save the franchise. There's nothing worse than being a first-round pick. If my sons played college and went in the NFL, I'd be like, you want to be like a third rounder. Everyone loves the third rounder who plays well. And then everyone's like, what'd you do wrong? Now, you can draft a guy in the first round, and he has a good season, and people are like, he's a bum. I'm like, he was like, he got some Pro Bowl votes. No, he's not in the Hall of Fame already. He's a bum. Because that's what people think of the first rounders. It's not really what I think. Like, honestly, you want to draft players who contribute to your team. Now, yeah, you draft in the top 10, that guy should probably be one of the better guys. But, it's just tough. I'm terrified that I'm not watching. They're not going to go to the thing. So we're going to cut here to see if they have any intention of going to the.
Because you want the athleticism, you want the playmaking ability, but you also want the consistent guy that you trust.
Yeah, I think you have to go to the. Are you on that one? The one on the right.
So it's a big night tonight. Tonight's about hope. It's about.
Here we go. They're on the clock, I think, or at least there's 10 minutes.
Some players don't necessarily know. being really mad about.
So this is Draft Center. I think there's one more that was the actual draft.
But it is.
Yeah, but
Right.
see, I don't have a TV
Oh, okay,
provider.
gotcha.
So if it's not this one, we're gonna have to scramble.
We're not a good team right now, but now with this guy or
All right,
that
so
guy,
I have
we're
more.
going to be good.
I have more
So
confidence in
fans get
this.
upset, and it's just really cool to be.
I have more confidence in this because I at least see the time and the clock. I'm going to bounce back and forth between this coverage and the others, but we'll keep walking and chatting. Yeah, but the tough position is to be the guy. To be the guy. Have you ever seen Nick Saban with a prospect on draft night?
I don't really know. I haven't really paid attention
wasn't-
that much.
He wasn't with that guy last 2 years ago. I've never seen Nick Saban with a prospect during the draft. Like they were together.
And that's interesting. Maybe Nick Saban has talked great things about Bryce Young, so I'm sure he vouches for him. But
If anyone can be the 1 in a million, it would be Bryce Young. But I don't want to bet 1 in a million when I have 10,000
yeah,
stare me in the face.
I don't know how much we're gonna see of it in the first round. Maybe later in the first round. But the most interesting thing to me about this draft is this draft has so many guys that were affected by the COVID years.
Yeah.
So you got guys that are older than Joe Burrow, about ready to come and be rookies in the NFL. Guys like Will McDonald, Keon White, I think is one of the older ones too. So that's one of those things that's going to be really interesting to me to see how it plays out. Like the way Will McDonald played his last year was phenomenal, but also he was, a man amongst boys, age-wise, 25-year-olds.
You talking about?
Yeah, Will McDonald. I keep joking with some fellow Bengals fans. I'm like, listen, if they're AARP eligible, I don't want them drafted in the first 3 rounds.
Do you really have beef with a 10-year career?
Not necessarily, but you have to be the absolute best of the best at that age for me to be interested in drafting you in the first 3 rounds. Because if you're not the best of the best at 25, going against 21, 22-year-olds, I don't see you having much success against a bunch of 25 to 28-year-olds in the league.
So, that here's the story on this draft, folks. It is unlikely that there are any Hall of Famers in this draft. It could be, but no one thinks any of these players. Maybe Bijan Robinson. Maybe no one thinks any of these players is a franchise chasing home run, easy day. Like the highest compliment anyone can, like Will Anderson. Oh, he's the safest, cleanest prospect. Are you kidding me? That's like a 2nd round grade last year.
Yeah, and he's still a tier below guys like Nick Bosa and Myles Garrett, those type of guys.
Yeah, so this is not a draft where people expect you to draft like the greatest ever. And yeah, again, Josh McCown said CJ Stroud is Joe Burrow. So Josh McCown should either be careful with his compliments on streaming services or draft CJ Stroud. Those are his choices. But I don't think he's Joe Burrow. I think he's a great starting quarterback. I think he's Jay Cutler. I think he's some people like Jay Cutler sucked. Jay Cutler took you to like 9 playoff games. Take it from a guy who's been in the top 10 of the draft consecutive years. I will. There was a poll. I couldn't find it, but you can let us know. Would you rather have 1 Super Bowl, but then you're trash for 9 years, or have 10 years where you're always in the playoffs? And the owners, the GMs, the coaches, the word that Troy Aikman got when he was talking was, "Oh, we take the Super Bowl every time because you can't take the Super Bowl from me." I'm like, "No, but I can fire you 2 years after you win a Super Bowl." C. Peterson.
Yeah.
I would rather be the Ravens, the Steelers, what the Bengals are looking like they've become, what the Niners hopefully are going to become. Here we go. All right. Are we going to get a surprise right off the bat?
I've actually got several friends at this that from my last base that I was stationed at.
For the first time since we took the draft on the road, we get to celebrate the draft in the Super Bowl winning city with fans of all 32 teams.
Boo!
And the Chiefs Kingdom.
Stinking Chiefs.
As you can see,
Pat Mahomes
I have
is
some friends on
insane.
stage with me that you might recognize. They are Kansas City natives and love this community and their Chiefs. Give it up for Eric Stonestreet and Heidi Gardner of Big Slick, Kansas City.
I don't know who Heidi Gardner is.
Yeah, I don't know who.
You guys know who Heidi Gardner is?
No clue
Like,
who those people
and
are.
I can't even remember Eric Stone Street.
Yeah, how you up on the stage though? You ain't got any Chiefs gear on.
Okay, Kansas City, I'm so happy to be here. And it is my honor to bring to the stage right now Chiefs legends Dante Hall and Will Shields. Give it up!
Human joystick.
All right, Kansas City, I want to hear you. Home of the Super Bowl champions. This is how we do it. I get the distinct pleasure of welcoming two people you might recognize. Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce.
Yeah, I'm triggered now.
Oh, is that Mahomes? Yeah.
He's on there with the Bengals trophy they were supposed to have.
Hold up. Kansas City, I think we can do a little bit better than that. Chiefs Kingdom, can I hear you?
This is the second year in a row it was supposed to be Bengals Niners, but we lost our entire offensive line, and you
I
lost
my entire
17
quarterback room.
quarterbacks. Yeah.
All right. Hey, Chiefs Kingdom, we in this thing or what? Woo! Hey, we fought for our right to party, baby. How about it? This thing shiny or what? You know you gonna give me this mic on that? Hey, you ready to trade up for the #1 pick this year or what? Beats, get him, Beats!
Oh, that's what I was
All
trying to
right,
think.
Kansas City, it's time to get this show started. The 2023 NFL Draft is now officially open. The Carolina
All right,
Panthers
the clock
are on
has
top.
started. It's ticking down now.
All right.
The Panthers made the big
Now the real question is, what are the Panthers? You think they've got to know?
They know.
Now the question is, are they going to wait the whole 10 minutes and field some calls and stuff like that?
No. They're gonna sit there laughing.
Yeah.
I don't know why. Like, if I had the first pick of the draft, I'd just turn in my card.
Yeah.
Like, maybe make him wait until right now, but then turn in your card.
Yep.
What are you doing? Like, let's assume right now he's calling whoever he's calling.
Yeah.
We're going to take you right now. We love you. We always loved you. No. We didn't look at those other quarterbacks. We're just trying to throw people off the scent because someone might trade to pick 0 and take you.
Yeah. Like, as good as the movie Draft Day is,
Uh-huh.
they're not moving up to #1, then dropping back, and that's not happening. They spent a lot to get up to the #1. They're taking their guy at #1. So you would think I was surprised to hear that they didn't know who they were taking when they moved up.
Man, it's lying season.
And
they knew.
I feel like they had to have known. Like, to me, I ain't spending that much capital.
One of two things: either they knew, or they were so in love with Young and Stroud.
Yeah.
They were like, we want one of them. We just don't want to miss.
Yeah. I know, online betting's a big thing now, and I personally would never put money on the NFL draft because it's chaos. But some of the highest odds to go number one ended up being Will Levis.
Is that real? Like right now, that oh yeah, well
Yeah.
that's because you know about that Reddit post, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know what? Next year I'm gonna do. I'm gonna say that I got a phone call. I don't know if anyone will believe me, but
It's actually really cool. Like, one thing that I've got into this year a lot.
Just for the record, I weigh more than CJ Stroud. Now I can't throw or run like him, but I've been hit a time or two in my life, and everyone talking about CJ Stroud. He's never been pummeled. He's never been pummeled. And he's going to get pummeled. He's going to get, like, on a good team, you're going to get pummeled. And you're going to get pummeled by people who were all great, all fast, all big, all faster, all bigger, all stronger. See, people are going to watch it and be like, oh, he hates Young. I don't hate Young. I don't. I just understand the odds. And I hope that he beats the odds. That'd be a great story. I do. But, I remember I fell in love with Johnny Manziel. I was a Manziel guy.
Mm-hmm.
I thought Manziel was the future of football. And then they're like, well, Young was a much better person. You can't factor out the human element, but you can look at the genetics. And Johnny Manziel was running circles around clowns all throughout college. And he couldn't outrun a cold in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Like, can you bring up what was Young's 40 time and Manziel's 40 time?
Yeah, I can look it up.
Let's
see. What's funny, like, part of the reason
all they're doing there, we're watching here. They're literally sitting watching the coverage of us watching them watching it. This is the most meta moment I've had in my life. They're watching the footage of us watching the footage, and no one's making a phone call.
Bryce Young was a 4.52.
4.45.
Let's see. Johnny was a 4.68.
A little faster. That 10th of a second isn't really gonna.
Yeah. See, my thing too is, like, I actually do like Bryce Young. I like him as a person. He seems to be a very genuine guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I love the man.
Part of the reason I hope he is not picked for first is because I think it's less likely that he can live up to the hype, and that's a lot of pressure to be put on somebody.
Mm-hmm.
For me, like, my ideal situation for Bryce Young, if he were to drop a little bit, is to drop to the Seahawks, and be able to have a year.
See, Young is standing. He has zero posture that says, I'm going to be waiting here a minute.
Yeah. I think he knows he's going number one.
Good luck to you, young man.
Yeah. He does have, if I'm not mistaken, one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time on the roster with him, the Red Rifle, Andy Dalton. Who
I was like, what?
No, who I'm not kidding, though.
Sarcasm.
If you're talking about a great just human to help coach you into the league,
mm-hmm.
Andy Dalton's that guy. I actually got the chance to meet him, and he's such an incredible, just humble person that I would love, like, as a rookie quarterback, to have him sitting behind you would be great.
Well, I mean, not only that, but, like, again, the idea is, look, you got Frank Wright, Josh McCown, their OC. Another, like, you have the most beautiful situation any rookie quarterback could ever ask for. And an owner who loves throwing money. Like you couldn't ask for a better situation. But what we're going to learn, because again, when I was going to wait for his name to be officially called, but here you go. The comment on Young, oh, his processing. He sees the field so much. Well, then he's going to see how terrible his life is a lot. Because no matter how quickly you see it, you need the physical tools to do something about it. And you're not going to have every game is Georgia. Every game's Georgia, and your worst game was against Georgia. However, again, if any small, thin quarterback is going to succeed, it's going to be Young. And if any quarterback is going to do anything at all, it better be in that offensive staff.
Yeah.
It better be. And so, we're going to find out. I think the pick is in. I think they're going to.
For a front office, just what's it like on the other side, the emotional aspect of it?
I mean, you're really excited, especially if you're the Carolina fans. You needed a franchise
High-fiving.
quarterback for some
Like,
time.
oh, we got our guy. You were number one. Like, I don't understand. Hey, we were number one pick. We got him.
We did it.
No one got us.
We
No one
did
did
it.
it. I mean, I guess like the guy could have, right? Eli Manning did or something.
Yeah, right.
But I don't. We did it. We got him. You know what I want to see? I want to see like a meme where it's the high fives in the room, and then like the game, whatever prospect is, like the game the defensive lineman gets pancaked. The receiver you drafted dropping the ball.
Yeah.
The quarterback throwing a beautiful pass to the other team.
I want to see them catch a draft room where it was maybe a contentious and like a bunch of people are like high fiving and someone else is like throwing stuff. Mad
that one is cool. The other one I want to see is the draft room. They're like,
I guess we'll take him. Like,
they're pointing out the phone like, you want to call him?
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
With the first pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Bryce Young,
There it is.
There it is.
Alabama.
No surprise. No, he never even sat down. He's like, nah, guys, I'm not going to be here long.
The new face of the franchise for the Carolina.
It's going to be interesting.
Panthers.
So, yeah, if anyone can make it anywhere, he can make it there.
I like how they have 5'10" and 1/8.
Yeah.
They got to make sure they get that 1/8 in there.
So what we're going to learn here, I can't wait to see Bryce Young and Stroud in a game. I can't. And the further Stroud falls, the better team he's going to.
Yeah.
Like, can you imagine Stroud falling to 5?
Oof.
And then the Seahawks get him? First off, I don't want to live in that world. I don't.
Honestly, as a fan of Stroud, I would love to see him drop to number 6 and the Lions take him.
Oh, that would be.
The Lions, they are on the upward trend, and I don't think they intend on taking a quarterback at 6.
But Stroud
But if
falls in your lap.
Stroud's sitting there, they're gonna be like,
How do you?
okay.
And then you don't have to rush him.
Yeah, because if they felt like sitting him and letting Goff play a year, they could. I feel like that would just be absolutely outrageous. And they still have pick 18, I think, as well, to give him another player.
Yeah.
Maybe Jackson Smith and Jigba falls to there, and they can give him a stop wide receiver.
Well, I mean, he's already got. Come on, man. They got like 2 great receivers right now.
True, but they did just have a couple suspended for betting, though.
Yeah. I don't know. 5 games isn't what it used to be. Is that you? That's you.
Yeah, it's me.
5 games isn't what it used to be. So I had Bryce Young as my number 15. I think you had him as 33, right?
No, I think I had him at 17. Let me check. What did you have him at?
15.
Yeah, I had him at 17.
There you go.
Yep.
So I had him there at 15. Okay, there's a hit he took. I'll give you that. Whole ball placement.
Ooh, is that Julius Brents?
Yeah, that's Brent's.
That's another guy I love.
But like they're showing highlights against LSU. No one's like where's Ojulari on that play?
Yeah.
And who's covering?
They did add Hayden Hurst. They did add some weapons to the team. And they drafted offensive line last year, Ike Ekwonu.
Yep.
So I mean,
What we're going to learn is, can it ever work? Because if he can't make it, no one will ever draft a small thin quarterback again.
yeah,
Like, and so to me, honestly, the biggest pressure on him is he's not playing for himself or his family or anyone. Not really. He might be, and good on him. Like, all he can do is what he can do. But
Yeah.
every small, thin guy is rooting for him. And if he doesn't make it, they already know, like, nah, man,
yeah,
I'm not. And you got to remember, he won Heisman Trophy, yes.
Yep.
And, in the running, one national title game, though he didn't win.
yeah. I think he went to one, didn't win.
He got beat Georgia the first time around, right?
Yeah, I think so.
So again, we drafted a guy who couldn't beat Georgia, and we want him to beat.
Yeah.
We want him to beat Joe Burrow.
Yeah. I mean, the one thing he does have going for him, at least to start off his career, is that division is a steaming pile of garbage.
But see, here's the thing that what that means is literally anyone. Honestly, I think people are sleeping on them Colts. If the Colts have any stable, decent play out of their quarterback,
Yeah.
then they're good. Oh, my boys are home.
Hello.
My boys.
Hello.
Hey.
All right, stay off camera, but we love you, boys. You can come around. The camera's pointed this way.
There's also
Mr.
pizza.
Ryan, right?
Yeah.
There's also pizza in there.
My puppy dog.
Okay.
He doesn't care about cameras. He's like, hi, wait.
He's like, oh, hello. Never mind.
That's my case's never been. Hey.
Yeah.
Here we go.
There's some smoke about not taking the quarterback. And once again, the pick is in, and maybe it's
The pick is in. Here we go.
Player here. What makes the most sense for this organization?
Well, I think what makes the most sense is quarterback. But
Yeah,
all
CJ
we've
Stroud.
heard about behind the scenes is Will Anderson.
Yeah, I got it.
But Stroud, from a
Hilarious.
talent standpoint, you don't have a
Oh,
quarterback.
the dog.
CJ Stroud is
Look
the
out.
most accurate
Look out,
quarterback of the
doggies.
top quarterbacks in this draft.
That hair
They're gonna
is
play
long. I dig
it.
2 years I haven't cut it.
As someone who doesn't have any, it's always like,
Yeah. 2 years. 2 years eyebrows though.
yeah, I do have good eyebrows. I used to have super long hair back in the day,
I have rectangles.
but
Hunter
yeah.
boy, be good.
Very defined.
Yeah,
Yours are.
yeah, they're gigantic. My wife makes fun of them all the time.
They're like invading the personal space of your forehead.
Yeah, yeah.
Give me your new.
Hunter,
give
come
me your
here.
hair.
Come here.
You had a hair.
I have to make up for it somehow.
Hey, the new head hair is the eyebrows.
here.
Yeah, I told my wife when I get out, I'm gonna grow my hair.
He's
real
like,
long
no,
in the back
hide
and
behind
just pull
Josh.
it
He's
over.
big.
Yeah.
Come here.
Okay. I'm nice, I swear.
I could probably sit down and he'd be warming up. Maybe hold on. Just sit down here.
I think it might be one of those defensive guys. But we officially find out who it is right now.
Here we go. Here we
All
go.
right.
I hate when they say the pick is in. It's like 3 minutes.
I know. It's
Look
gotta
at all
be
those
CJ Stroud.
fans. That's a lot of.
Hang on, it was Bryce Young.
It was.
You were doubtful.
I was, but God bless him. I wish him the best. Here we go.
Hey. Let's go.
There we go. There we
Let's
go.
go. I love
No,
it. I love it. It was all smoke screen.
it was all a lie. It's lying. He's like, you're right.
Man, and I love your guy D'Amico Ryans as the head
Yeah.
coach too. So I'm
Well,
really
see, I'm
excited
like,
for that.
D'Amico Ryan's in dumb.
Yeah.
See, everyone's talking about like, oh, the Niners didn't worry about their quarterback. No, the Niners had Jimmy Garoppolo and believed in him.
Yeah.
Then they realized they can't keep him
Hey.
upright.
How you doing?
So they realize they can't keep him upright, and then what are they going to do? I want to like. So I think every time I watch film on CJ Stroud, I think better of him.
Yeah.
Yep. Again.
The expert.
I know. I am the extrovert. I'm guessing you're an introvert.
Let's
Me?
go, he
Yes,
says.
you know my dad.
Believe it or not, he would probably agree that I am an extrovert.
Yes.
You're
Yeah.
the company. Josh.
Yes. Yes.
You should hear us at karaoke.
Yeah, I'm.
Oh yeah, when y'all went to karaoke.
So
I'm the
notice-
talkative one.
I want you to notice Goodell's technique over one arm.
Yeah.
That's to keep Tyree Wilson from chucking him up in the air like a 10-year-old. He's going to do that, and Tyree Wilson is going to try to duck under. I predict that Roger Goodell is a minimum of 5 feet off the ground at some point in this game. But CJ Stroud was the obvious choice. They got it there. Here's the obvious choice.
I just remembered it was streaming.
Yeah,
I'll see you
we're doing
later.
fine. It's good.
That's good.
It's a family show.
Oh,
I mean, you stream with me on when we play.
I
So
know
Yeah.
that.
so there's no one in this draft better at putting the ball where it's supposed to be when it's supposed to be there than CJ Stroud.
Charge.
And there's no one better in this game at throwing receivers open than CJ Stroud. I don't know if he has to play week 1. And so yeah, the Texans, they're not the best team in the league. So maybe you don't throw them to the Wolves.
But what they do have is they have pick 12.
Yep.
They have pick 33. They have their offensive line is pretty decent. Now, for me, I think the interesting thing is going to be what they do at 12, because with what has happened
How's
with the
their
Bengals,
lines?
their line's pretty good.
So you think
they've got the Larry Tunsil at left tackle? You know, to me, the league's gonna want to copy the hot thing, and the hot thing right now is the Bengals
Mhm.
to an extent. And if sitting there at number 12 is Jackson Smith and Jigba,
So interesting question.
You
He's
know?
your number 1 receiver, right?
yeah, he's mine.
He is not. My number 1 receiver is a freak of nature. My number 1 receiver is Quentin Johnston out of TCU.
Okay.
And if he is there, I take him. And first off, already CJ Stroud is better at hitting people who are covered, and Quentin Johnson is open.
Yeah.
He is open. I compare Quentin Johnson to Megatron.
Okay. I'm not that high. I'm not as high on Johnson. I'm still pretty high on him. But to me, he lacks like the star quality. He's a jump up and get it guy. Yeah, he is. But like if for Quentin Johnson, to me, if he's going to like a rookie guy,
Mm-hmm.
the person that I wanted to go to is someone that you're not necessarily 100% sold on their accuracy, right?
Quentin Johnson?
Because of his catch radius, because he's so big. He's a much bigger guy. Whereas I think I like Jackson Smith and Jigba because I think he can lead the league in receptions. He's the type of guy that he is going to catch every target that's put near him.
Not gonna lie, I got him. Where do I got him? 3. Where do I have in Jigba on my list? First off, if you get injured in college, you're probably gonna get injured in the NFL. The Cardinals haven't traded down yet, for the record.
Yeah, that's surprising. I'm assuming that's
now
what they're
that
trying
clock's
to do.
going to 0. But they were like, they're gonna pass on the guy and we're gonna trade down. And they're gonna what?
They're like, crap. Yeah, I think the fact that they didn't know that
He's the
quarterback
4th.
did
I
good.
got Smith and Jigba at 49,
Okay.
and I stand by it. I said what I said. Now look, is 2021 in Jigba coming out? Is that guy in the draft? That might
I
be
think
different.
so.
But I can't draft 2021 Jigba in 22
We're in 23.
Yeah.
or in 23. I can't do it.
Do you think there's a team that's going to try to jump the Colts?
How much do they love Levis? Do the Patriots? There's rumor that the Patriots like them some Levis.
How much do they love Levis, or is there somebody that?
Oh, there it is. There's the trade.
Who
Here
is
we go. Let's check it out. We knew this was coming. I predict the Texans. The Texans. They still get Will Smith. Not Smith. They still get Will Anderson. They still get Will Anderson. Or Tyree Wilson.
Shout out to our boy DJ. He had Stroud 2 and a trade up with Will Anderson at 3. And that's one of the things so now the owner gets who he wants.
Is that D'Amico?
D'Amico's like, nah, dude. We were never gonna pass you up.
Hey, I got another dude on this edge that could be a difference maker. And look,
Ooh, that's a lot of picks to
What do
throw.
you got?
So the Texans are sending number 12, number 33, a 2024 first, a 2024 third to Arizona for number 3 and 105. And they're going to take likely Will Anderson.
Yeah.
But that's a lot of picks to move up. But hey, their roster I don't think is nearly as far off as people think. And they still have a ton of picks in this draft.
And you know what the Cardinals get? Kyler Murray insurance.
Yeah. Yeah, because maybe this new staff is not sold on Kyler Murray, and
now they got ammunition.
Now they've got the chance to go get Caleb May, not Caleb May.
Yeah. I want that guy.
Yeah, Drake May or Caleb Williams next year.
Beautiful lady.
Wow.
Their pizza on the table. I love you.
That is awesome. That is a really, really cool move.
That was so great. But don't sleep on Tyree Wilson. Don't do it. It should be Will Anderson. Do not sleep on Tyree Wilson.
Tyree Wilson is Tyree Wilson is more of the fit to what the Niners have done.
Yeah.
But we'll see. I still think it's going to be Will.
Okay.
With the third pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Will Anderson Jr.
Will Anderson Jr. Congratulations. I got to be honest. This is already the best draft the Texans have ever had, short of J.J. Watt.
Yeah, that's insane.
This is similar. Like, I was a big fan of when the Raiders took Mack and Carr. This to me is of that caliber.
So, and the Texans are not done. You and I have talked about how the middle of this draft is really nice.
I want
this
like
is
5
where teams can build
picks.
They still have 65, 73, 104. They just got 105 in this trade. 161, 188, 201, 203, 230, and 259.
Yeah, they got plenty.
They're
going to get plenty of pieces in it. So again, I gave the knock on the draft. I gave the knock. This draft was not like super great. But hold on, let me send a thing. But what this draft has is you're going to get a lot of starters in this draft. Maybe you don't get any Pro Bowlers, but you're going to get a lot of quality starters in this draft.
And honestly, the Colts have a chance if they get the right quarterback to win their division. But the Texans now, if they hit on even half of the rest of their picks, in a division with
that's hilarious.
In a division with the Colts and what is it? The who else is in their division? It's Colts,
Titans.
I always forget
Colts,
the fourth
Titans,
one.
Texans.
I always forget the fourth team. Jaguars, right?
Jaguars, yeah.
Yeah. So Jaguars are probably in the division. But
come here, buddy. Come here, buddy. Come here. Hold on. Yeah, that's so the big one is it only took them one more number one for next year.
Yeah.
So that's less than the 49ers paid for Trey Lance.
But there goes my Jackson Smith and Jigba pipe dream.
Yeah, but I'll take this. I'll take this all day, every day.
I would take
there's going to be someone there. What'd you say, 64?
Yeah, 65 is what they have, yeah.
You know who I like? Come on, what is it's one of them Ivy League schools.
Andre Iosivas or something like that.
Yeah, that guy
who met with the Bengals recently. He is, to me, that guy is a perfect Tyler Boyd heir apparent for us because he's a bigger guy that fits right into the slot and can play some outside. Ooh, man. I love the idea of getting him, and they're talking like 4th, 5th round for him. If the Bengals get him at 131, I'd love that.
So do the Colts, like, first off, so I gotta be honest. I don't have any umbrage with any of these quarterbacks or any of these athletes. I really don't. But I think Will Levis and Richardson are busts.
Yeah.
I remember the last time everyone raved over how well a quarterback threw in shorts. That guy's name was Jamarcus Russell.
Or Zach Wilson.
Yeah. You can't. Well, see, Zach Wilson did a few things. And again, you root for everyone.
Yeah.
But you just.
Except for anyone else in the AFC North.
Well, you know. And you said you were happy about the Lamar Jackson extension.
Yeah. The reason I'm excited for that is because I think that we've seen the best that team was going to do. Personally. And
league MVP is pretty good.
Sure, yeah, but since then he hasn't stayed healthy, and the team hasn't had playoff success, and so I was more as a fan of another team in that division. I was more terrified of them getting through this draft, and then after this draft is over, a team coming and giving an offer sheet or making a big trade, and then all of a sudden them having a ton of draft capital to go get a Caleb Williams or a May next year. And I was like, oh, crap, now we're going to be stuck.
Well, so here's the crazy thing. This is the mystery of the NFL. Every year there's the quarterback.
Yeah.
And every year there's a team that needs a quarterback. How can that happen unless you're never right about those quarterbacks?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Like, so you got what? Lamar was with Josh Allen, right?
Yeah.
Baker Mayfield?
Yes. Yeah.
And what, that was Josh Rosen too, yeah.
Mhm.
So there were 4 guys there. And I guess, Allen and Lamar are confirmed.
Yeah.
So they're hits.
Yeah.
So the numbers are 2 of these guys are hits, and I think one went number 2. Now,
what the heck? Did that just say Anthony Richardson? I don't think it's been announced up there, but on the bottom ticker, I think it said Anthony Richardson.
We'll see. We'll see. We'll see.
With the 4th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Anthony Richardson.
There you go.
There it is. A guy who's played 13 games in college.
Yeah.
That is interesting. I mean,
Will Levis must be devastated right now.
Yeah.
And where does he go?
That's
Richardson, he might have gone to a lot of places.
Because I don't think Will Levis is a fit for Seattle. Is Will Levis a fit for Detroit? To sit a year behind Goff? I wouldn't do it.
Detroit, Tampa?
The Raiders are apparently high on him too, I've seen. To sit behind Jimmy G, but they just paid Jimmy G.
The news I'm hearing from sources I trust say the Raiders are just fine at quarterback. They're happy.
Okay. The Falcons have been rumored to be after a quarterback, but I don't think that they would take him. The 9 is Bears, 10's the Eagles, 11 might be his next best bet, the Titans.
That would be interesting.
Because they just took Malik Willis last year, but the rumors are is that they're done. They're out.
Yeah, they've seen what they need to see out of that. But see, that was a low risk. That was a good experiment.
Yeah. A team that I'm still interested in seeing if they go after a quarterback is sitting at pick 16, the Washington Commanders.
Well, so right now, first off, Levis, he might as well grab a Snickers. He's not going anywhere for a while.
I don't think so. And that's the thing too is the draft gets so interesting when guys start falling. As a Bengals fan sitting at pick 28, I'm like, listen, give me all the quarterbacks and wide receivers going as early as possible because I want some of those cornerbacks and offensive linemen to start falling.
Well, so we still got Tyree Wilson.
Yeah.
And we still got Devin Witherspoon. And the Raiders are like, like they and we're at 5 and 6. They only got so the two players they want most could go. Like they could vanish.
Yeah.
So that was pick number 4.
Yeah.
And that was Richardson out of Florida. I had him number 25. Where do you have him?
Let's see. Anthony Richardson. I had him somewhere. I had him at 39. I had him lower.
I think the Seahawks either take Carter or Tyree.
Yeah. The reason I had Anthony Richardson lower is because he didn't really have college production.
Mm-hmm.
He was a star in the combine, so like he is just a look at the traits. He's
even Jamarcus Russell won a championship.
Yeah, he's entirely a projection. That's all he is, and that's scary for me. And I mean, I guess when you're desperate, and also Jim Irsay is like a wild card, Ballard is their GM, but Irsay's the guy that supposedly is the one making the calls. So their entire history of their team, they were really good when they had Peyton Manning. Then they were horrific. Then they were really good when they had Andrew Luck, and then they broke him. And then they've been pretty much trash since then. And they've been just throwing up prayers for quarterbacks.
So if you draft a guy like Richardson, you have 2 plans. Plan number 1, you're going to sit until you know this.
Behind Gardner and Minshew.
You're going to sit. You're going to learn the NFL. You're going to learn NFL plays. You're going to ease into it. Or you have a very clear plan.
Yeah.
You know what you're going to do. You know how you're going to run a play. You're going to run some very simple, which he'll look great weeks 1 through 5. And then people are like, oh, it's the read option.
Because I always want to see people have success. Like, I wanted Richardson to go to the Seahawks because I was like, man, let him sit a year, maybe even 2 if you need it, behind Geno Smith.
Again,
and
put him in the best position.
So good. That would have been such a good, position. But it's interesting. What's funny is neither one of us had this many quarterbacks rated this high. But it just shows what this league is all about, which is quarterback, because we got 3 out of the first 4 picks as quarterback. And it's possible that there's some of these teams are going to be right back up there at the top next year too.
The odds are. And look, obviously we're high on Stroud. Stroud might be the worst of the batch. But if I'm going to be wrong, I'd rather be wrong because I wasn't hoping for something I never saw.
Yeah.
I'd rather be wrong because I'm like, well, I mean, he was accurate in college. I don't know why he's throwing interceptions now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I'm not going to draft a kid like Richardson who is not accurate, throws a bunch of interceptions just because he made one really nice throw against Alabama Tech or some, Ponung school. I just, because he could be. If he ain't done it, he ain't on my board. Now, yes, I did have him on my board, but I had him on my board because when I do my boards, I got to acknowledge what other people see in him. I don't see it.
Yeah.
I see a tremendous athlete.
So, I either need to stay off Twitter or I can,
the pick?
I can let you know.
Yeah, what's the pick?
So the Seahawks took Devin Witherspoon.
Oh, that breaks my heart.
Our top corner.
That breaks my heart. The Seahawks
as a Niners fan, that's heartbreaking. But yeah, it looks like they fielded trade calls, is what Matt Lombardo from NFL Network said. And then they went with Devin Witherspoon.
Yeah,
Man,
that's a
awesome.
Seahawk right there.
Now what happens? Do the Lions go Will Levis, or do the Lions go Jalen Carter next to Aiden Hutchinson?
I don't think the Lions are afraid of Carter.
I don't think so either.
If it were me, I'd take Tyree Wilson to put on the other side of Hutch.
I will say the fact that Jalen Carter's off-field issues have to do with potentially drag racing and then going to Motor City does not bode well for some fans' jokes. But
now I got to do it.
So there is that. But man, I do have a sweet spot for the Lions because I lived up near Detroit for a while, and they've just been the lovable losers for so long.
I want them
Bengals fan,
I want them to lose to the Niners in the NFC title game.
Yeah, I'd be fine with that. Because I want to see them do well. Part of it is I absolutely love their coach too.
Oh yeah, every year I look at my coaches. Like this year, I said I would have hired Byron Leftwich. When they hired the coach, he was the coach I would have hired.
Yeah. His fire, his energy, like Dan Campbell is like he's a guy that did it in the league too. So he's always just been that guy.
So interesting. The Lions, for the record, Paris Johnson staring you right in the face.
Yeah. I mean, that's...
there's my puppy dog again.
Now, they did... The Lions did draft Noah Sewell last year.
Yeah, but it's better than one good tackle?
Penei Sewell, not Noah. But
yeah. Hunter boy, go potty. Go on. Go get John.
Where's Fluffy boy?
He's like, well, now that you say so.
I've also found it interesting that
I'm going to hear their reaction because that's, I don't know, like, I heard him like, oh, duh.
With the fifth pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Devin Witherspoon, quarterback, Illinois.
There you go.
Devin Witherspoon, one of the more physically gifted. I should maybe end it at physical in terms of that cornerback position. Bucky was the number one corner on your board. What do you make of the selection here? No majority of
he plays corner like a linebacker.
Yeah, and like
watching him play.
Look, I dream of cornerbacks like Devin Witherspoon. I like Sauce last year. I was high on here. I can't remember, but Sauce might have been the number one player on my board last year.
He was the number one player, I think, on both of our boards.
Yeah, that's very possible.
We both. I mean, I'm a Bearcats fan, so I was a little biased, but Sauce proved it year one too.
But I got to be honest, that guy is going to take someone away from the 49ers. Now, lucky for me, I got like 5 of them, so he can't cover Kittle, Debo, Ayuk, and McCaffrey.
Yeah, I don't really ever worry about the Niners offense because of the coach that y'all have. So, that's just me. But
he's like, hey, you got to come smile and put the hat on. He's like, nope, I'm going to the stage.
Yeah.
I got to be honest. That's just a no-brainer fit. I don't know why I never made that connection.
Yeah. I never had him projected that high either. I didn't think about it. Because I thought
I think he's worthy of the pick.
Yeah.
I think he's a top 5 guy.
Yeah, wait, I had him 3, and I think you
7.
had him. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the crazy thing is, like, I thought that they need D-line was such a big thing for them.
Hey, don't drag him don't drag him that way. Okay. Pick him up if he squats down. Time for bed, Hunter. Time for bed.
You know what I find interesting about this draft class too is the lack of top end linebackers.
I think that's a myth. I think what you got. Come on, this guy out of Iowa. People are
Jack
high
Campbell.
on the guy of Arkansas.
Drew Sanders.
I think that there are great linebackers, but I think the only position more devalued than running back is linebacker.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, Jack Campbell.
Yep.
There's another guy. Obviously Trenton Simpson gets a lot of love.
Yeah.
Who's the other guy I'm trying to remember?
I heard somebody call Trenton Simpson dollar store.
Henley.
Dollar store Micah Parsons. That's what they called Trenton Simpson.
Yeah. Like people hire Noah Sewell.
Yep.
So they're. I got to be
For
honest.
me, I'm taking Ivan Pace in the 4th.
Ivan Pace. That's the guy I was trying to remember. You gotta you gotta know my oldest. I haven't had enough for me yet. Love this guy. My oldest is off. I was looking at pictures of when you were like, what were you, 16? COVID year? 2020?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I was looking at you remember you helped me take pictures over there?
Yep.
And that's still a thing that I use.
Yeah,
You were also shorter than me
students
back
see
then.
it all throughout the school year.
You're arguably one of the more famous people at our school.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, all the instructors see it because I use it often in TTC. I let a lot of them see it.
People are like, wow, I know what it is. You know?
Especially the
Are you going to stay off Twitter?
I think I'm going to stay on Twitter until after each pick now.
Yeah. No, because by the time they announce the pick, you're going
Yeah, it's going to be on the next one, son.
You want another slice?
Yeah, I'll probably come grab one.
All right.
Nobody outbeats the hut, especially the stuffed crust.
Stuffed crust.
Always get the stuffed crust.
Stuffed crust was my jam growing up.
Bacon, cheese, and just regular tomato sauce and stuffed crust.
Is your mom in bed?
I think she's planning on watching something on Disney Plus.
I heard a nope.
Hold on.
Oh, man.
And that little feller right there.
How long have y'all had him?
Oh, about 5 years.
Really?
Yeah.
I feel like maybe was he not down here the last time I was here? They might have kept him upstairs last time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not sure. But this little feller, he loves sticking his head out the window. You should have seen him this morning. He was smiling, he was squinting at the same time with the wind going into his face. And he has a little furry mustache like all dogs do. But his mustache is especially more fluffy than all the other ones that I've had. And it just goes.
Oh, when he hopped up here, I put my hand on him and I was like, "Ooh, he's so soft."
I know. That's why he's a mixed breed between a poodle and a cocker spaniel.
Okay, there's a cockapoo. Is that what they call them?
Cavapoo.
Okay, I dig it. I had cocker spaniels my whole life growing up. That's all my family had. So that's cool.
That's why he's so fluffy.
That's what he
And
says.
2, his average temperature is around 110 degrees.
Nice.
All right, we got a pick yet?
Nope.
All right.
And the counter, but he's not even like a year old yet.
Not yet.
But he is 9 months old. And he still tries to bring out the puppy eyes to persuade us to do certain things.
So who's the top guy on your board available right now? Is it both? Is it Carter for both of us?
I think it is.
Okay.
Now the Cardinals traded up.
Really?
Do they take? No, they want Paris Johnson.
Up to the 3rd pick of the draft and deciding to
Either
take
way,
quarterback
10
at
o'clock.
2.
I'll see you in the morning. Tomorrow's an 8 day.
Yep, normal day for me.
Arizona moving back up in this draft, trading with the Detroit Lions. That's the compensation.
This is a lot of movement this early. This draft is awesome.
2 trades. 9 last year.
Well, I think you have to look at who's ahead. Anytime somebody trades up, you look at who are they trading up in front of and what does that team want. And I think that team would be the Raiders, and a lot of people have put cornerback Christian Gonzalez with the Raiders. Christian Gonzalez is a guy who in Colorado was a very good player. He went over to
I should have got that for you.
Cornerbacks that I've studied personally in terms of height, and fluidity. But that's a huge need for Arizona. So I think they get traded up.
Yes, you can have whatever's there.
So we think about marquee positions, quarterback, offensive pass rusher. Those are maybe quarterback here, but man, the Arizona Cardinals have so many things. They cannot get up to the best.
This is like teenage Ryan's. Teenage Ryan's dream. You know, got Pop-Tarts. You got snack packs over there.
All right, here we go with the Barky Dog. It's okay, buddy. It's okay.
The Detroit Lions have traded the Sixers to the Arizona Cardinals.
I think it's Tyree
The
Wilson.
Sixers in the 2023 NFL Draft. The Arizona Cardinals select Paris Johnson Jr.
There it is. I was right. The shirt's stuck to my guns.
You, in a lot of ways, and I know we were talking defense, but in terms of your mock draft,
That's a big man.
That's number 6, yeah.
Paris Johnson.
And number 6 went at number 6. My number 6 player.
Let me see where I have Paris. I had him pretty high.
And I'm staring at my computer screen.
I had him at 9.
And I can't figure out what to do at 3 and 4. Now you see why I was confusing. 3 was a trade, and 4 went Anthony Richardson, which blew us away. Nothing felt clean with 3 and 4. I ended up putting Paris Johnson there because it was a need. He's the top tackle on the board, but I wasn't sure where.
I just scrolled through my Bengals timeline, and from about an hour ago when the draft started, almost all the Bengals fans are saying, "Okay, that's enough with the Kansas City Chiefs. Get them off the screen."
This also makes a lot of sense.
It's okay, buddy. It's okay.
Bucky, the difference between me, you, and Lance is actually working on his mock. I'm sitting there watching movies trying to figure out what's going on.
I wish that was you.
Yeah. Dude, exactly. I'm listening to you.
Here's the cool thing.
So-
He is going to block Bosa, and there's something there, too.
Mhm.
You know, it was so funny last year. Switch with Peter Skorupski, put him on
Because
top.
they
But
you
I
know,
absolutely love this. When I go back and look at
I don't know. I don't know that there's overlap.
Mhm.
Is that- I don't know that there's overlap, but that's Ohio State.
To me, what this signals, Jonathan Gannon and Monty Ossenfort are all in on Kyler Murray. Because your first pick is something that a person who is designed to protect the franchise quarterback. And in Paris Johnson, you have someone who does that. Smooth mover, smooth with his footwork.
See, I don't think this says that they're all in on Kyler Murray. I think what this says
They're not in
is
on
that-
Will Levis.
Well, I think what it says is they know Kyler Murray's not going to be there the first part of the year, most likely. So I think what they're doing is, hey, let's set the offense up for success. Then the back half of the season, if he doesn't show us stuff, well, we just got that first rounder for next year from the Texans, and then we can go. Not from the Texans. Yeah, from the Texans. So now we can go get our guy if Kyler doesn't show us anything at the end of the year after we've set him up for success.
So this is a dream. Every mock draft I did where Tyree Wilson falls to the Raiders,
Mhm.
I'm like, nah, he didn't fall there. Whatever, I'll take him. Why not? You take Tyree Wilson. You take the corner out of Oklahoma or Oregon, Christian Gonzalez. You do have Skoronski.
Do you think they'd take a shot at Jalen Carter? I don't think they should. You're in Vegas.
I think you've had enough off-field issues. You had an off-field issue that destroyed your team.
Mhm.
So I wouldn't put it past him. But you get Tyree Wilson on the other side of Crosby.
That's
You
scary.
get Christian Gonzalez so that Crosby can have more than 2 seconds to throw to pass rush.
Yeah.
I got to be honest though, a guy I'm in love with, who I have further down my board, but I would be completely okay with, is Kalijah Cansey.
Yeah, absolutely. I have seen a lot of talk lately that he's going to be sitting there still at 28. And oh my gosh, if he's sitting there at 28, he does not fit the size profile that the Bengals normally go for.
Mm-hmm.
But man, we are smack dab in the middle of a Super Bowl window. And one of the biggest issues for our defense last year,
Mhm.
which we
Couldn't
had a
get to the
good
quarterback.
defense, but we could not, we were getting pressures, but we weren't getting sacks. We didn't have the guys because where I think a team like the Niners does so well and a team like the Eagles does so well, they get pressure up
They're
the
all
middle,
coming. Yeah.
and that makes it to where those guys on the outside can get home.
Yep.
The guys on the outside last year were getting home. Were
Matt
getting
Mahomes just ran
there,
straight.
but they didn't have those pressure up the middle that could really
Mhm.
make it happen. And at 28, if you're telling me that Kalijah can't see sitting on the board, if the Bengals don't go grab him, I'm gonna be rather disappointed.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
I think the Raiders right now are like, wow.
They're like,
They're like, wait,
wait,
We got
Tyree
both?
Wilson and Jalen Carter are there?
and Christian Gonzalez, like
Yeah,
they're
and
like
Christian
what planet are we on?
Because defensive back's one of their biggest needs.
Well, so again, like I'm not a big team needs guy, but like you have
But when the board meets the need, I mean, it's one of those things. Like,
yeah, like you look. What do I have, Gonzalez? Yeah, I got him at 9, so 7's not like light years away.
Yeah, and what did you and I talk about last offseason when they released Carr?
Mm-hmm.
We were like, I found it so annoying that they released Carr because during Carr's tenure,
30 points.
They had the worst defense in the entire league over the stretch of his career.
And the 1 year they had a top-ranked defense was the year he was up for MVP.
Yeah, and then got hurt at the end, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so that's my thing is I'm like, y'all set him up for failure by giving him a bunch of toddlers on the defense.
Mm-hmm.
Like to me, if they want to set up Jimmy G, they need to go heavy on that defense. Now they do need a little O-line too, but look at all the picks. The Raiders have like 1 billion picks.
Yeah.
In the middle.
Well, again, like the only way you miss if you're the Raiders, the most Raider thing for them to do would be to draft Will Levis. That would be the most Raider thing.
Yeah, especially yeah. I mean, I know the way that the way that Jimmy G's contract is set up. I think you can get out of it after 1 year, if I'm not mistaken. Which is fine, but like, why?
Why just not him?
Yeah, why? Especially as a coaching staff that's been there for a little bit. Now it's like you shouldn't be like doing the 1 year type deal to replace him with a younger guy. If that was the case, just go get a younger guy in the first place.
Yeah, you're going to drop. Like, why do you even pick up Garoppolo?
Yeah, I would also hate to see that for Garoppolo, because that kind of happened with him.
Well, the Raiders better pick a quarterback in round 4 or 5, like Hainer, or the kid out of Houston,
Clayton Tune.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm big on Clayton Tune.
Yeah, I like him. I picked him as a backup for Burrow several times. My wife often, when I'm talking football, will be like, "Why do you have this many names in your head that you know?"
I can't name all my students, but I can name like.
I'm like, it's called obsession, honey.
Motivation. It's a factor, man.
With the 7th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Tyree Wilson.
There it is.
Texas Tech.
Love it. Oh my gosh.
That's great.
First off, whoever that lady is a very tall lady, because he's a big dude.
Yeah, 6'5", 5'8".
Yeah, and that is a dope suit.
Tyree Wilson, the number 5 player on my board, goes to the Raiders.
Yeah,
Raiders at number 7.
If you're not on a TV right now, you need to flick on a TV, because this dude's got the coolest suit I think I've ever seen.
This guy is
that red and blue or red and green?
Oh, the colorblind guy doesn't know. All I know is his undershirt is his chest.
Yeah. What's funny is he's about to look massive next to Goodell, and Goodell's not actually.
No, this one Goodell's about to fly. Goodell, what? Hold on, I'm gonna turn this up. Goodell is about to go to the moon.
Listen, from a football standpoint, this guy has
my buddy, who's a diehard Raiders fan, stationed with me at Grand Forks Air Force Base, is there.
There he goes! I knew it.
Lord have mercy. His hand. Look at his hands.
Yeah, no, this guy This guy is next to Crosby. He doesn't have to be the number one. He just has to be the number two.
Basically 6'6". That's 6'5" and 5'8". That, oh my lord.
This guy could end up, Bucky, being someone who's much better now in the future than he is at Texas Tech.
Oh,
Yeah,
absolutely.
that's what I kept looking at when I was watching him. As I was like, I think he's going to be better in the NFL than he was in college because, like, you know, he didn't play on a great team. And so it was easy for teams to just throw like several guys at him, but he still had production.
So I have this thing that I do when I watch film, and it's a question when I'm scouting you. If you're on defense, are you on the screen? And he's always on the screen.
Yeah.
The first guy I ever scouted, where that came up, I was watching Pat Willis.
Yeah.
And I was like, dude, that guy's always on the screen. Like, he's always in the play.
Mm-hmm.
And then he became Pat Willis. And so now when I'm watching, I'm like, is he on the screen? Okay, first possible landing spot for two big names. Will Levis goes number 8 to the Falcons. Could. Yeah, it's not official yet. Like you're watching me for news. But Bijan Robinson.
Bijan, okay.
This is a pressure point. But you know what else could happen right here? The Falcons could trade back.
They could.
If they love both, they could trade back. Yeah, here it is.
See, I definitely don't want them to do Will Levis as a fan of Ritter.
Ritter really didn't.
But he
put
didn't.
himself very
He
well.
didn't
That's a
look
pretty
great.
good team.
He didn't look great last year. But you know, so it's going to be interesting.
How many great quarterbacks never got patience? I will never forget Drew Brees.
Yeah.
Drew Brees, they drafted a guy and they were going to chuck him. And if Phillip Rivers just signs his bloody contract, Drew Brees never plays.
Yeah.
Then he has that season in San Diego. Like, well, you know, he was just good and tick. And then he wins Super Bowl, and he's arguably one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time.
Yeah.
Arguably. The you know, it's so crazy.
Yeah, and that's the thing, like, when I was younger, that was like, it was normal to draft a guy, let him have a couple years to develop, not even necessarily as a starter. Sometimes it'd be a year or two on the bench, and then you would start developing them.
Well,
the
see, we're
Bengals
spoiled.
drafted Carson Palmer and let him sit behind John Kitna.
Yeah, well, so you know who ruined it all for quarterbacks? You know who I'm going to say? You know who ruined the NFL for quarterbacks?
No.
Ben Roethlisberger.
Yeah.
That dumb. He's not a dumb kid. But that dude comes onto the field as a rookie and wins what, 10 games, 11 games in a row?
And then the Super Bowl, right? No.
He won the Super Bowl the year after.
Yeah, they won the year after.
And what do you do with that? Then he wins another one.
Yeah.
Like, and that's when teams are like, see?
Yeah, see, we got.
And nobody remembers that the Steelers were already a great team.
Right. And that's the other thing too, is like, you know, we talked about the Lamar stuff too. Lamar was drafted because he fell into their laps.
Yeah. They traded up a bit, but
yeah. But I mean, their team was pretty stacked at the time. They had a stacked team. The Jalen Hurts. The reason Jalen Hurts did so well this year is you and I could go probably do well on that team.
I don't want to take away from
Jalen Hurts is a great quarterback, but they have so much around him.
Yeah, when you build around a guy, like, you know, I had a friend of mine, one of my students actually went, I infer that he went to school with Brock Purdy.
Okay.
I may be misinferring.
Okay.
But he mentioned it. I know he's a fan. But he asked, is it just the offense? And I go, well, no, you got to look. Like, it doesn't matter who's there. The ball goes where it's supposed to.
Yeah.
And yeah, we got guys who can get there, but the ball goes where it's supposed to. Is this our first Will Levis check-in? Oh, he did sit down. Okay, this just in. Young sat down for at least 5 seconds. He sat down long enough to like fix his suit.
Yeah, he probably sat down and was like, all right, back up.
Yeah, I just need to rest my legs for a second. You know, so the Falcons, they got a lot of options right here.
They added a lot this offseason too. I will say that they've added a lot.
Do they take the defensive intern? Do they take
I could see
Carter?
them. I could see them taking Carter. I don't know for sure, but I mean, you want to talk about your fan base? You're from
Georgia?
Georgia.
Georgia going to Georgia. Let's find out. Let's see. Like, look, he's gonna go.
He's gonna go to somebody. I don't see him falling past.
Well, he said I'm not falling out of the top 10, so I want him to go 11.
Yeah,
Just because, like, don't.
it'll be crazy if they pass on him, and then the Bears who were rumored to possibly take him number 1 end up getting him at number 9.
Mm-hmm. Did the Bears pass up on a protector for their quarterback?
For the Atlanta Falcons
They
pick,
shouldn't.
I'm joined by Chris and Shane from Big Brothers Big Sisters of Kansas City. Chris
It's
and
like,
Shane are true
EA?
testament to the power of mentorship. The NFL and its teams work closely with Big Brothers Big Sisters of America as part of our work on social justice through our initiative Inspire Change. The Falcons are big-time supporters of the organization, and they're thrilled to have Chris and Shane making
This was like, if you're gonna announce Carter right after the initiative,
Yeah.
and all the things we're doing in our neighborhood, this is like hometown kid.
That's literally the perfect time for it.
With the 8th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Bijan Robinson.
Bijan Robinson. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. Bengals fans were calling for him at 28 too, so glad that one's off the board.
There was no planet on earth where he goes down that far.
That's what I kept telling him. I was like, y'all are so dumb. Like,
There's not
"Well,
a
if he is there,
universe.
if he is there, we're gonna take him." I'm like, well, probably.
So look, I do believe that if there's a Hall of Famer in this draft, it is Bijan Robinson. But Hall of Fame running backs don't win Super Bowls. Where did I have him? Yeah, there he is. I had him at 17, not because of his talent, but because of his position.
Yeah. Let's see, where did I have him? I know I had him pretty relatively high too. I had him at 16. It's interesting to see how very similar some of our boards are, but I mean, with how much we talk football,
We do. And so it's not just that, though. Like, even if my number 20 isn't your number 20, it's probably the same position.
Yeah.
Where we differ the most is how we evaluate positions.
Yeah.
And like, it's not now we're talking flavor. When I draft you, when you are stacking your board, you imagine that you're a scout for the Bengals.
Yep.
And when I am drafting my board, I imagine I'm a scout for the Niners.
Yeah.
And they're just different styles. They're both Super Bowl teams.
Yeah.
So Bijan, he's Edgerrin James is a good comp for him. I think he could be even greater.
Yeah.
Is Edge in the Hall yet? He should be.
I don't think so.
See, again, running like
But
that.
man,
like,
he and they have a relatively good offensive line, and I mean, they drafted a running back last year, Tyler Algiers, who did pretty well.
Mhm.
But the thing about Tyler Algiers, he is a more of like a he's my receiving back, you know. Whereas he's the all around guy.
You got Cordell too. So you take
yeah.
Cordell Patterson, and you have that split back set.
Yeah.
So all your threats are in the back. Your linebackers don't know what the heck to do. And look, Drake London and Kyle Pitts, they got to get open, man.
I feel like this is a, hey, Ritter,
this is your shot.
We're gonna give you your shot. This is your shot. So I think as a huge Desmond Ritter fan, as a player and as a person, this is his year. He's got to show it, because if he flops, then that means they're gonna be picking early again, and I expect him to look to replace him.
Yeah, but again, like you plug in a guy, but I do think that there's something to be said for putting a guy in position to succeed. Like Joe Burrow was a team elevator.
Yeah.
And people didn't think that about him. You did. I did.
Yeah.
I would have taken Joe Burrow ahead of Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah.
I've said
and
this
people
before.
didn't think that of him too, even early on in his career, because we weren't winning. And I'm like, you like our roster is
Yeah.
straight
Are-
trash.
Are you
and
watching how
look
this
at
guy's
what he's
single-handedly keeping you
doing.
in this game?
Yeah, and then he got hurt. And I knew he would be the guy. I could have never guessed how quickly he jumped up the way he did. But yeah, that like there aren't many team elevators.
Yeah.
There aren't many guys that are like that. It's rare.
So you got to build around a guy. So they're holding up a list. A running back selected in the top 10. Saquon, no. Fournette, I knew he was a bust. McCaffrey, he's looking good.
Mhm.
Elliott, he fell down quick. Todd Gurley was on his way to a Hall of Fame career, and then like the wall for running backs is just so brutal. And there are only so many. Really, you either need 6, 7, 8 immaculate years, or you need Frank Gore. What was that Jet? Was it Martin?
Curtis Martin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You either need incredible longevity, or a couple 2,000-yard seasons like Derrick Henry. He's a lock. He's good, but the Titans don't have a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So what one guy said, I think Daniel Jeremiah, is you draft a running back and maybe it makes your team better, but you're kind of wasting him because you're on a bad team. If he had gone to the Patriots or
Eagles are on the clock.
the Eagles traded
The Eagles traded up one spot.
one spot. Who? The only guy, like, I'll never understand trading up. Well, okay, here's why you trade up one spot. Hey, Eagles, whoever's after you, just call them. They want my pick.
It was 10 and a fourth for next year.
Is this Christian Gonzalez?
It's got to be D-line. They lost Hargraves.
Oh no, they're going to take Carter.
Yeah, because wait, it was Hargraves they lost, right?
Yeah,
because you took him. Yeah. They've got. Oh gosh, man, they're reloading on that defense.
And they want somebody who can come in and play quickly, who is extremely talented.
Who, by the way, played for the guy they drafted from Georgia last year. This got to be a slam dunk.
There's one guy in particular, Jalen Carter. We might have been talking about him as the #1 overall pick at one point.
That's crazy because I forget the guy's name from last year, but a mammoth of a person at D-line.
I gotta be honest. Like, I don't have a dog in the fight in the AFC. I mean, I like the Raiders. That's my brother's favorite team. But this is the most meh crowd I've ever seen in a draft.
Yeah.
Like, they're just standing around.
Yep.
The Chicago Bears have traded the 9th pick to the Philadelphia Eagles. With the 9th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jalen.
Yeah.
Yeah, it made too much sense. Made too much sense.
So, look, if you can help that young man get his act together, you don't miss Hargraves at all.
Nah.
You don't miss him at all. And the Eagles, so here's the thing, though. The Niners let Buck go, and they drafted a guy thinking, like, we're good. Like, I don't knock the plan.
Yeah.
But that young man has to play.
Well, yeah, you have to live up to that's what happened when the Bengals were doing, being consistent playoff team with Andy Dalton.
Mm-hmm.
They were like, you know what? We're not going to extend Andrew Whitworth and Kevin Zeitler. We're going to draft Cedric Ogbuehi and Jake Fisher.
Yeah.
Jake Fisher ended his career in the NFL as a tight end and then, never played again. And then Cedric Ogbuehi is somehow still in the league, but man, he was awful in the league.
Yeah.
And then our team went down, which I love because we got Joe Burrow. But yeah.
So the Eagles are attempting what the Niners attempted when they let Buck go, and it might work.
Good chance.
It might work out for them. But this is a young man who needs to get out there on the field. He needs to stay out there on the field and stay out of the headlines, and I hope he does.
He's pretty emotional right now because I'm sure this last couple months with this off the field stuff, it can't be easy to go through, you know. So it's seeing him that emotionally. Hopefully he takes that off the field issue and doesn't let it define him. Lets it be the thing that builds him.
You know, lets it be like what helps him, you know,
Yeah.
see what's going on. Now, I'm a little sympathetic. I'm not going to pretend that when I was that age, or maybe even older, that I wasn't very reckless behind the wheel of a car.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely, multiple times.
I have no right to judge this man.
No.
And yes, I said he's not on my board. I have to look at this like a business.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that I don't want well for him. That doesn't mean that I don't acknowledge that I am every bit as guilty of wrong as any other human on earth made of meat. But it's a good situation. I don't know how good a situation it is though, because Philly is not. Is
that him? Oh, that's
that's Jalen. Yeah.
I'm sorry if I came up into the paint and he was there.
I'd move.
Okay, go ahead, buddy.
I'd have a bad for that game.
So who do you think the Bears are taking? Do you think they got McGlinchey? Paris Johnson's
Bears
up the board.
got McGlinchey?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yeah, it was the Bears that got McGlinchey. They paid him.
No, that was the Broncos.
Was it the Broncos? I thought it was the Bears.
Broncos. It starts with B.
Same thing.
But I bet anything.
It starts with B. Same colors.
Same badness. No, I think they take. No, it's the Broncos. They take Skoronski, I think.
Yeah,
I think
some people are calling the guard though.
Well, you need all five.
Yeah.
You know, that kid out of Minnesota, I wouldn't be shocked to see him go, because then you have someone directing traffic and protecting them from all the spots.
Yeah, you're right.
I would not rule out Broderick Jones or Anton Harrison, but do you think he's a guard or do you think he's a tackle? If it's not Skoronski, it is a tackle. That means what they want to do is trade down.
So, they were rumored to be in on defensive tackle too. Could it be Cansey?
Kalijah Cansey makes sense. And Breeze? I can't pronounce his name.
Yeah. See, I am so far down on both. I mean, I still have them both in my top 50, but both Clemson D linemen. I don't know. Maybe it's the Clelin Ferrell effect for me or something like that. The guy that,
again, you can't draft a guy because of what you hope he is.
Yeah.
You draft a guy because you know who he is. And the Raiders drafted him and wanted him to be someone he's not. And don't sleep on Clelin Ferrell now that he's on a team who is very good at saying, I know what you do well. And I'm going to let you do that.
Yeah.
Now the Niners are also going to no, you're just good. But first off, Nick Bosa make a whole lot of people look better.
Oh yeah. Right.
So I get it. I know your feelings on the Clemson guys. I think, honestly, I think they trade down again. And this is a pressure point. Any team who wants Levis, you better get ahead of Tennessee.
Yeah. The good thing is though, like the way I love what they did with their trade when they traded with the Panthers because they got DJ Moore, giving Justin Fields a legit number one receiver, because that made it to where we don't have to
Moore number one
for their team.
He's obviously the best. Like he is an upgrade, So is this?
I mean, he would be the number 4
Smith
on the
Bengals.
Bengals.
All right, let's see. Wow, they stuck and pick. Show me tackle.
I wanted him at 28.
So he was never going to fall at 28.
Don't talk
about a guy
about
who had 900 pass blocks with 0 sacks.
Shush.
In the SEC.
Shush. It was my dream.
SEC. 900 pass blocks.
It was my dream. I wanted him. Oh man.
Now he wasn't even on my first page. Let's see where I had him. I had him down, I had him low. Yeah, I had him at 37. So this to me is like the most surprising pick, mostly because I think he's a right tackle.
Yeah.
Who is that? The Bears at number 10.
Yes.
You're still feeling away. It was the Broncos.
That's the thing is like no, I checked. I already saw it was the Broncos. I definitely was wrong on that one, but I was right on the color of team.
You had the correct color scheme.
But that's crazy though. Darnell Wright is absolutely a plug and play guy. Watching what he did against Will Anderson is what shot him up boards.
Yeah. But he's a right tackle.
He absolutely is.
Now look, did you give him a shot at left?
So hold on, funny story. We Bengals fans have been talking about him a lot, right? And I think, did I save it? I might have saved it. I gotta check.
I would have had a hope that he'd follow me. But you got better tackles coming, and they're left tackles.
Yeah, so
I think Skoronski is a tackle, for the record.
Yeah, okay, hold on. Is this it? Yeah, so this is a Bengals fan named Willie Lutz. He tweeted, he said, it honestly wouldn't surprise me if Darnell Wright goes within the first 15 picks.
Mm-hmm.
And then someone was like, why is there so much hype around this guy? He's a left tackle, not a right tackle. We need to draft a right tackle. And then Willie goes, Darnell is a pure right tackle and has no business playing left tackle. And then I forget exactly what he said, and I won't repeat it because it was inappropriate.
Yeah.
But Darnell Wright direct messaged Willie, who's like just a low-level Bengals fan, and basically said some inappropriate things.
I'm a left tackle.
So he can't play left tackle.
So here's the question.
So
I believe, and look, right tackle is pretty good. You try him out at left. And again, 900 pass blocks, 0 sacks.
Yeah.
That's
how. Let's like.
That'll
I
get
talked about that.
that'll
Freeland, right?
Yeah.
Blake Freeland. You and I talked about him. A lot of people aren't very high on him, but I'm like, look at how many snaps he had with no sacks.
Not just snaps, pass blocks.
Yeah.
But Darnell Wright was pass blocking in the SEC. And in the SEC, they're smart enough to move a guy. So I don't know who the left tackle in Tennessee is, but Will Anderson took this guy on and couldn't beat him. Could not beat him.
Yeah.
So you try him out. But here's my question. He doesn't do well at left tackle. He moves to right tackle, has like 5 Pro Bowls. Is he a bust?
Nope.
Top 10 pick. He plays right tackle.
No. It's to me, it's just as important. It's just as important. Offensive line. You can't have a massive hole. Like you can't have a weak link. And a strong right tackle makes your right guard better.
Mm-hmm.
To me, the 3 most important positions on the line: center, left tackle, and right tackle.
Well, that I agree.
Because those guards, they become better with the people that it's about. The relationship.
Well, look, I'm not looking for wet tissue paper on the right, but the quarterback can usually see that way.
True.
I agree with you in the priority, but I think when I evaluate my board, there is positional value.
Yeah.
A good quarterback is worth more to me than a Hall of Fame receiver.
Are they taking Will Levis here?
If Will Levis doesn't go here,
I don't know where he's going.
The Lions.
The Lions
have another shot at him. The Patriots apparently love him. So this is Will Levis territory. This is Will Levis territory.
Another thing that this with Darnell Wright going this high, Paris Johnson going even higher. As a Bengals fan, I think the Bengals fans are all talking about we need a right tackle. The Bengals historically have just not caved to player demands, and I would not be surprised if they're just like, yeah, sorry, Jonah Williams, you're just going to play right tackle now, even though he says he wants to be a left tackle. And with this many like the two top offensive linemen in my mind gone, and mostly strictly left tackles left, that would be worth pick 28. I can't see
Look,
the
man,
Bengals going
I
O-line.
know you have some trauma with OU tackles,
Yeah,
but I'd watch the film on Harrison again.
I watched all 22, and I do not like him at all.
I wish we could do that. Like I wish, like if you could pull it up on the phone. I want to see what you see that I don't, because his PFF grade is amazing.
To me, he is a good run blocker.
Worst case scenario, he's like a solid right tackle. That's like your worst case.
Yeah, and I think he projects more as a left tackle too, and we just paid out the butt for Orlando Brown Jr.
You know what the Titans are doing right now?
Fielding calls.
They're not. They are watching Will Levis tapes.
Like,
they got
crap,
they got like they're all on their phones. Like, you seen this?
This actually is the draft day scenario. They're calling like, what do you know? Why didn't you go with him?
Yeah, what's
why
going
didn't
on?
you take him?
Like, you know,
that's crazy because Will Levis, like I said, he had the second highest odds.
How many trades is that? So you got the number. Houston traded, Philly traded.
Well, so yeah, Houston traded, Philly traded.
Where's my remote? There it is. Here we go. Will Levis watch begins.
In the 2023 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Peter Skoronski.
That's one of those. That's one of those BPA picks. Titans.
And well, they just had they lost. Well, they didn't lost. They cut Taylor Lewan. So this is their replacement. This is their left tackle.
So the number 8 player goes at number 11. Look, I'm not shocked. Miles Murray. I'm a little surprised. I think Gonzalez is going here soon. I'm excited to see what happens with Murphy.
Yeah.
So Skoronski, your worst case with Skoronski is he's an all-pro guard.
Yeah. Yeah. Your worst case scenario is he ends up being like a Joe Tooney.
Yeah. I got that kid out of Syracuse, which is weird.
Bergeron?
I love my Syracuse. That kid out of Syracuse, I don't know where I have him, but honestly, I'm big on that the South Dakota State guy. First off, he looks like a 1980s left tackle. Mach.
Oh, North Dakota State.
North Dakota, yeah.
Cody Mount. Yeah, that dude. Plus, he's missing the front 2 teeth.
Yeah, no, he's straight out of 1985. I love him.
He looks like 80%.
For the record, I am also missing a tooth. I like him because I
was stationed in North Dakota for 5 years. He looks like 80% of the people I met in North Dakota. He is North Dakota. I secretly hope he falls to pick 60 for the Bengals. I don't see a world where that happens. That's like, to me, that's my second round version of Darnell Wright.
Honestly, I have him 24 on my board.
Yeah, I think I have him at like 30 or something like that.
Yeah, so if he makes it past pick 30, I trade up for him.
Yeah, and he's but we had with us having Cordell Volson, his old teammate, on the team. I would love to reunite those two.
So Tennessee has your guy, right?
No, Tennessee?
Yeah, Tennessee has your guy from Cincinnati. Is that? Oh, I'm going nuts. No, that's Atlanta.
That's Atlanta.
So Tennessee, they're saying, all right, Tannehill.
No, Tennessee right now they're going to roll one more year with Tannehill, or they're going to let Malik out there. But I don't see them letting Malik out there. Consider they started Josh Dobbs over top of him in a game to make the playoffs.
I don't think Dobbs ever got a shot.
No,
I think Dobbs is a guy who should have got a fair shot.
You know, a guy that remember last year, you and I were both real big on Cam Taylor-Britt.
Yeah.
And then my team jumped to yours.
Oh, I was so angry at you. Here we go.
Brent's is that guy for me this year.
Now, the Lions.
2023 NFL Draft.
Is it Will Levis?
The Detroit Lions select Jahmyr Gibbs, running back.
Whoa!
That is a shock.
Whoa, that is so high.
I am stunned.
Taking a look at the fan cam presented.
That's another Bengals fan favorite. That's wild.
Jameer Gibbs. Where did I have him?
Talking about Gibbs and what he brings to the table. Brian Ball here talking about not a ton of wear and tear. It didn't take a whole lot of cap.
A ton of wear and tear. That's a nice way of saying he never played.
Gibbs. I had Gibbs 26, which, I value running back a little bit more. But I had him at 26.
Wow, hold on. He's at Alabama, right?
Yeah. So I picked him at 20. I put him at 26 because of his Boston College film. Because he was at Boston College before he was, I think it was Boston College. It could have been Wake Forest. Those two, in my mind, are the same team. But before he came to Alabama, Georgia Tech. What? So I was wrong. So he was at Georgia Tech before, and he was just as effective on a way worse team.
Yeah, that's right. I'm on page 3. There he is. I had him at 65, folks.
Yeah, like I said, I had him at 26. There was a lot of Bengals and Bills talk about him.
Was that number 12?
Yeah.
Now, look, again, I'm not doubting his talent, but there are 14 Jamar Gibbs in the draft.
Who did they lose, though? What's his name?
Did they lose Swift?
No, they didn't lose Swift. Williams. They lost him. I think he went to the Panthers. Maybe not the Panthers. No, the Saints. He went to the Saints. And so they did need a running back.
That was rich.
But that is
that
is a very high pick for a team that I feel like is on the brink. I don't know that.
Also, look, if any team is going to draft a running back, that is the team that obviously they could have taken. If they'd have taken Robinson, I'm like, what a brilliant pick.
So we got the Packers up here now.
Wouldn't it be hilarious?
I am gonna laugh so hard if the
when
very
they take
first
Smith and Jabba.
Yeah, if the very first pick they take without Rodgers, Rodgers is gone. Let's get some wide
clear message. That is a clear message. It'd be even better if they took a wide receiver we never heard of.
Yeah.
Just any receiver at all, even not a good a bad one, because screw that. But you take one. But I think they take one of them tight ends.
So I know you're not super invested in the first round as a Niners fan because
I love the draft.
Because you're not worried about what guy is going to be there for you.
Mm-hmm.
But as a Bengals fan, this board is kind of falling perfectly for us right now.
You have so many options right now
because
and honestly, you're starting to creep into areas where you again if you're the Bengals, if the Bengals take Cody Mauch, I would not be upset.
Yeah,
I would.
I'm also all about at this stage, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Bengals have 7 picks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they have 1 in each round. They don't have 7 roster spots that are that must be upgraded.
I'm sorry, keep going, but something just occurred to me.
Yeah, and so for me, I'm if I need to throw away if I need to move up a little bit in the draft, if I need to get rid of my 3rd or my 4th or something like that to move up a little bit in the first to get a guy that I think that maybe the Bills are going to take ahead of me because they're the pick ahead of us. I'm send it. Go ahead. Go get your guy. But
so right now, huh?
What were you going to say?
Well, so the first thing I'm going to say is, what if it goes back to the second round? Levis needs a new suit, and the Colts take him too, and then you let them compete. I'm sorry, that is actually something I would do, because you can't have too many starting quarterbacks.
Yeah.
I just don't think Will Levis is a starting quarterback. I don't know him personally. I just don't believe in him. I got him on my board. Again, sometimes I look at what the experts say, and he keeps falling down my board. And I'm like, I can't be that right, can I? For the record, I thought Josh Rosen was the best quarterback of his class. I thought Blake Bortles was the best in his class, and I thought Roethlisberger was a bust.
So if we're looking
That
at
should
the board,
accurately summarize my knowledge of quarterbacks.
if we're looking at the picks, like let's try to see like where is Will Levis going?
Washington's coming up.
Washington's coming up.
The Jets
That could be a possible one. I don't think the Jets would do it.
and the Patriots. Did the Jets just trade up? Like where? Oh no, New England's next. So yeah, so this is still Will Levis. Like if Washington doesn't take him, he ain't going.
Yeah. Well, so Washington, the Lions still have 18. So the Lions still could take him.
Do they?
Yeah, they pick 18.
There
19.
you go.
Pick 19. The Bucks. They don't have a
Yeah,
quarterback.
the Bucks bring in some more competition. Again, if you think well of him as a quarterback, take him. Because you can't have too many. The 49ers would have
Sleeper. The Vikings.
Yeah, that's another spot. Like there's Vikings might be a thing.
But I could see a world where he doesn't end up in the first round now, or a team moves up.
With the 13th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Green Bay
It's Mayer, I
Packers
think.
select Lucas Van Ness.
That might be the most Packers pick ever.
Yeah, but I so you got a great pass rusher. Then I had him 12 and he went 13. So that's good value.
Where did I have him?
Really great initial push.
Yeah, I had him at 11.
Yeah.
Remember when we made our first boards, I had him much lower, and I ended up going back and looking a little bit more, and I was like, he just didn't get a chance to show it on this team. His film is good, and his production wasn't as high as I think it could be, but it's because of the team he was on.
Yeah.
And I think he is a very versatile guy. He can play that interior. He can play the edge too. So I think it's going to be.
So he's got line versatility and great initial push. I think that if I like what I have on the edges, I put him on the inside on pass rushing downs. I think he's a defensive end, but if I'm trying to rush the quarterback, straight lines are good things I hear.
Yeah.
So it's set. My guy's dropping, and we'll see. Do you think Miles Murphy? Do you think people are low on him because of Pharrell? For real? You think they've not seen this movie?
Maybe. I don't know. Murphy has the two guys that for me it is the Pharrell thing for me, the Clemson guys, but the two guys that nothing changed on them that makes no sense as to why they're dropping as far as they are is Cam Smith. In January, he was like a top 15 pick.
Yeah.
And he's now like second round.
Was he injured?
The Steelers.
Steelers traded. Yeah, Mike Tomlin doesn't have losing seasons. Oh, this is Smith and Jigba. Well, no, this is a tackle.
Yeah, it's got to be.
They wanted to get ahead of the Jets.
It's got to be a tackle. It's got to be a tackle.
Now, is this the kid out of OU?
Who all is on the board still? There's the OU kid, and the Georgia kid, right? Are those the only two?
Broderick Jones would make more sense. But
I still can't believe the Lions took Jahmyr Gibbs. I'm still stunned at that. A Bengals fan was like, the Steelers move up for a real quarterback, Will Levis. I don't think that's the case, but I must say the draft is actually moving relatively quick. It's not even 10 o'clock yet.
Yeah. So last year there was so much top value.
Yeah.
And so I can imagine like agonizing over this guy or that guy.
Yeah, and there's probably a lot of calls for trades moving up where
Mhm.
I don't think they're
What, like, how many trades is this?
the Patriots received number 17 and number 120.
Mhm.
Okay, that's not too bad. Move back 3 and get a 4th.
So you had to trade for number 2. No, you had to trade for number 3.
Patriots are going to be an interesting pick too.
You had to trade for number 9.
See, this it's got to be offensive line here because they got to put stuff around Andy Dalton. I mean, Kenny Pickett.
I thought you liked Pickett.
I like him on the Steelers. I enjoy him on the Steelers. Because I think his ceiling is about what he was last year.
Like, honestly, so I had Harrison Jones 18-19. So it's one's as good as another for me. I'm just curious to see, and honestly, I think the Jets take the other one.
I think AFC North football, you gotta go the guy from the bigger conference. You gotta go with that SEC guy. But I could see them also going Harrison. I could also see, like I said, I could also see them going wide receiver. I could also see them going cornerback because they are.
Yeah, but you don't need to trade
how
up.
is Christian Gonzalez still there? I just realized that. How is he still there?
Gonzalez?
Yes.
Because tackle is a position of value,
I guess.
And corner is the third most valuable position. But what the NFL says is it's not this important.
With the 14th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Roderick Jones, offensive tackle, Georgia.
That makes sense.
I mean, sometimes it's just that easy. He's clearly the best offensive lineman to tackle left.
Yeah. So so the Jets, clearly that's that there, but I don't think the Jets lose very much if they take Harrison. Mouch, would be a little rich for my blood.
See, believe it or not, though, I don't think Broderick Jones was the best tackle on his team. Warren McClendon on the right side. That guy is so good.
I like him, but see, again, we're talking left tackle versus right tackle.
And for some reason, Warren McClendon keeps dropping
that's
down boards.
Holding.
So
so
that was holding.
If that's what we're highlighting. But so I'm not. Look, it's a good value pick. It's the right area. It's the right neighborhood. I am shocked at the tight ends who aren't going.
I feel like the Jets is the first wide receiver we see.
I think the Jets take. I really do think that OU kid goes.
So what for Harrison?
Yeah,
I could see it. But I mean, they've been rumored to be.
Don't the Jets have 5,000 like Aaron Rodgers?
I mean, yeah, they have Garrett Wilson. They have but it was rumored that they were they were interested in Jackson Smith and Jigba to round out the weapons for Rodgers.
I gotta be honest. If I don't like Harrison, you know who I take on the Jets? I take Mayer or Kincaid.
I mean, they do have they have CJ Uzama. They have that another guy I can't remember.
But you run 2 tight ends. Your linebackers are toast.
I mean, some of the best times that Rodgers had was when he was rocking out some.
I got Nolan Smith. Honestly, what do the Jets think about their center, the kid out of Minnesota?
Yeah, Nolan Smith is one of those players that he's so small. And he had so many injury issues in college that you have to really love him, and he has to fit your defense.
Well, yeah, but fits like you like again. My board, I am shocked to see a guy I had at 63 going at number 12, and again, all the best luck to Gibbs. all the best luck. But I don't think Gibbs is anywhere near the player Robinson was.
And the thing with taking a running back that early
Mhm.
is
That's like you're saying,
a running back's only as good as the offensive line.
Mhm.
And while the Lions do have a good offensive line, if you have a good offensive line, that means that you can take I mean, look at Pacheco was a 7th
Mhm.
rounder last year and was killing it in the Super Bowl.
yeah,
So, yeah, it's just interesting.
there's just so many. It's so easy to find.
Look at all. How many? 1, 2, 3. Oh. But yeah, this is gonna be interesting.
But this just goes to show you that our boards are similar.
Yeah.
But I don't like our boards aren't identical, and everyone's board is insanity
yeah.
right now.
Cool thing as a Bengals fan,
Mhm.
the Jets, they need a tackle. I'm pretty sure they wanted a tackle.
Yeah, they wanted.
And now they missed out on pretty much most of the big tackles unless they go Anton Harrison here, but I don't think they will.
So I've always been a Aaron Rodgers fan,
Mhm.
and I'm rooting for him more now than I've ever rooted for him. I want this to be another, like when they drafted Jordan Love, I'm like MVP. I was like, when are you going to stop making him mad?
Yeah.
And I have a soft spot for the Jets the same way I have a soft spot for the Lions.
Yeah.
I just want it to work. And again, the Jets lose to the Bengals in the AFC title game. And again, like honestly, I'd rather play Aaron Rodgers than Joe Burrow. But it's. Do you put Christian Gonzalez across from Sauce Gardner and say good luck throwing against this?
I could see it. I don't know. It's interesting that they're still on the clock.
I think I wouldn't be shocked to see him trade down.
Yeah.
Because one, the question is, what do they think of Harrison?
And they did give up. They did have to give up picks. So
there's just interesting. I had Levis at 24, and we're coming up. And again, I find it very validating if someone took Levis.
Where did I have Levis? I'm at 35.
Yeah, I would feel validated if that's where he went.
Yeah.
I don't have another tackle. Like I had Darnell White lower, but that's because he's a right tackle in my opinion.
So we're at pick 15 of my top 16, which are the actual only ones that I have first round grades on. The only guys that are left on mine.
Your top 15?
Christian Gonzalez was my number 6.
Yeah.
Jackson Smith and Jigbo was my number 7. Kalijah Kancey was my number 8. Nolan Smith was my number 10.
Mm-hmm.
Brian Branch, the safety, is my number 12. I had Joey Porter Jr. at 13, and that's it. Those are the only guys that are left.
I got Murphy, Gonzalez, Breeze, Branch, Mayer, and Smith.
All I'm saying is Mayer, who is from Covington Catholic High School, which is right down the road from the Cincinnati Bengals.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not necessarily the biggest proponent of a tight end in the first round.
Yeah, but that's a pretty good tight end.
But that tight end who was asked in an interview during the season, he talked about how he wanted to play with Joe Burrow in the Bengals and how it would be a dream. Oh man.
Do I have to do this? Is that?
Oh, no, you're good.
I didn't know if you were like.
I was sitting on the crack there for a second, so I was adjusting.
He meant the couch got segments.
The couch crack.
Not the one all humans have.
But yeah, this draft is definitely.
I got to be honest, it's not as crazy as I thought. I feel more and more validated every pick.
Yeah.
Because, like you had Darnell Wright, and then you had that Jahmyr Gibbs go way high.
Yeah, Jahmyr Gibbs was the lowest ranked player that I had that went high so far.
But I've had 2 guys go in the first round who I did not have first round grades on.
Yeah.
I had one day 3 guy who went on day 1. But, again, like the Lions, if you draft a running back in the first round, you're saying You're saying we're competing for a Super Bowl, and this guy is our last piece.
They're high-fiving. All right.
They're
Somebody is
high-fiving.
picked.
So do they like? I don't
They're
understand. the high
happy.
five.
Now it's time to go drink some ayahuasca.
So if you're happy, you're like the guy fell. So I would be celebrating if I got Gonzalez. I'm like, how'd he fall to us?
Mm-hmm.
That's I would high five that.
Gonzalez next to Sauce Gardner. Because with Sauce Gardner, what we started to see last year was nobody would target wherever.
It'd be
Sauce
so weird
was.
though, because that's just not how Salah works.
Yeah.
So look, Salah, Miles Murphy, Baris, Nolan. Those are guys I would think would go.
Yeah.
Those are guys I think would go. I again, why not Gonzalez? Because the Niners and Niner staff don't value corners. The Niners are like, if I can get a sack in 3 seconds, I can have anybody cover.
Yeah. Back to the Gibbs pick real fast.
Mm-hmm.
The Lions have a good offensive line. They have some good weapons on the outside.
Mm-hmm.
I really think what this is saying is like, we're going to swing with Jared Goff. We think we can win with Jared Goff if we get some more weapons.
It's not like Jared Goff didn't he win Offensive Player of the Year?
Oh, yeah. No, not Offensive Player of the Year. Did he?
Yeah, it wasn't
I don't
MVP. I know that.
I'm not sure. But either way, what I'm saying is like, I think they're saying like, let's get him some more, power behind him and go from there. Is that the who is that? No, that's not the same person I was thinking of. I have no clue who that is.
The
Yeah.
NFL is proud to be part of the global community that supports the life-changing wishes that Make-A-Wish grants. We're World Wish Day, only a couple days away. I'm joined by Kyle Stickles, a Make-A-Wish kid who battled and overcame bone cancer.
Oh, that's awesome.
Bone cancer. I cry when I have a stubbed toe.
Yeah.
Kyle's wish is to announce the first round pick of his favorite team, the New York Jets.
That kid's looking pretty dapper. He's real nice suit, slick shoes, sweet Jets green tie with Jets
Yeah,
green.
no, he's looking the part.
Future GM right here.
Thank you, Mr. Goodell. I'd also like to thank the NFL, the New York Jets, and the Make-A-Wish Foundation of Northeastern New York for giving me this opportunity tonight.
Oh, and he's well spoken. Look at this kid.
You root for a kid like that.
With the 15th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New York Jets
Yes.
select Will McDonald, linebacker.
Whoa.
Pass rusher.
Let's go!
Pass rusher. Will McDonald.
That is much higher than I expected.
So I had Will McDonald at where did I have him? He wasn't. I had him at 33.
I think that's pretty close. I had him at 22. Okay, so it's not that far off for me.
But what you got
his
is
age. He's going to be 25 this year.
you got an edge rusher, and you got an edge rusher last year, so you got bookends.
Yeah.
You know, I'm a little surprised that it wasn't Nolan. I got to be honest.
Me too. I do think that his injury issues and the fact that he is so small for an edge rusher is he.
Now I got to have you bring up their height weights.
The height weight, Will versus.
Yeah, hold on. Which one are you looking up? Let me look
I'll
up.
pull up Will McDonald.
All right. What is his name? I want to call him Mike Nolan, but that's not
Nolan
his name.
Smith.
Nolan Smith. All right, what do you got for McDonald?
6'4", 241.
6'3", 236.
Okay. Well.
So that means the only possible difference are the injuries.
Yeah, I guess that could be it.
And you got to remember, like Salah, he he's had enough injuries in his life.
Yeah. Oh, that's Luke Van Ness. I was like, who's picked?
Yeah.
Now, man, Washington. Who do they
Wa-
have at offensive coordinator now?
Oh, they have Eric Bieniemy.
Eric Bieniemy. Is Eric Bieniemy like, I'm gonna go with Sam Howell?
Well, so first off, Sam Howell reminds me a lot of Derek Carr, and I think Eric Bieniemy liked him.
Yeah.
I think the Redskins are high on him. This pick going to tell us whether or not that's a lie. This pick is going to tell us whether or not that's a lie. I'm just watching. I'm just watching guys I really like just fall down the board.
So if the Commanders don't go with quarterback, I do think their biggest need is cornerback.
Gonzalez makes a lot of sense here.
Yeah, Gonzalez makes a lot of sense.
The do or die is, do you really believe in Howell?
Yeah. And I mean, the thing is that, they're being sold right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that they would swing on a quarterback right now. And
you know who I'm shocked hasn't gone? Hooker.
Yeah. I still think, as a Bengals fan, honestly, at this point, I'm hoping that at pick 28, someone's like, we gotta go get Levis.
That's a thing.
And
Or
comes up,
Hooker.
yeah, Levis or Hooker at 28, and someone's like, hey, let me give you an extra third.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Give me more pieces.
Like, let's say,
I don't know how many.
maybe
I
the
don't,
Seahawks, right? Seahawks, maybe they want to move up from pick 37, is I think what they are.
Yeah.
To get someone behind, because that's the thing with Geno Smith's deal is effectively a 1-year deal that they can get out of after this year.
Well, not only that, but like let's say he's good for 3 years. He's not young enough to be a long-term solution.
Yeah.
So if I'm a GM, I sit my quarterback down and I tell him, hey, when you're 35, every year I'm drafting the guy I think will replace you.
I really like this new hat, but it's super hot.
Yeah. But I also don't think I follow that by saying like, hey, I need you to know, like,
State, the Washington Commanders on the clock. We'll get their pick in just a couple moments.
Is that
here
Levis?
as we get
That's
you the
Levis.
green room built by Lowe's. Will Levis, maybe this is the pick here. Sam Howell, it's been a revolving door at that quarterback spot. And to be fair here, it's not exactly like the wide receiver room for the Commanders is bare. Like, there's some real talent here. And you can't help but think that maybe Washington would be interested in a guy like Levis.
So Washington, New England, Detroit, Tampa Bay, this is his zone.
Mm-hmm.
You've got Sam Howell there. I would rather just give it another year. I would rather draft best available. You got Sam Howell, and what round? The 5th round was Sam Howell, but it may have ended up being a bargain selection. He was much.
I can't pass on Gonzalez at this point. At this point, like Gonzalez is
Yeah, maybe
a
there's
steal.
maybe this is one of those things that
on the offensive side, if you can just run the ball effectively. Washington
the
really
league
needs
sees
offensive
something
line
different in
too.
Gonzalez than
That's a
we
really
do.
tough
Well, so I don't know, but like let's look positionally. Quarterback, defensive line, offensive line, defensive line, 2 running backs, one of them a big head scratcher. So what I think they're doing is they know that this draft isn't particularly strong.
Mm-hmm.
So they're like, well, tackles are good. You can't have too many tackles. Corners are also good. Now, I would have taken Gonzalez before Broderick. I hope they know their microphone's not shifting.
All right, so there's some audio issues right now from Kansas City. I can tell you that the pick is officially in, and it is Emmanuel.
Whoa!
Okay.
Whoa!
Here's another guy I wanted at 28.
Oh my gosh! Look, I love me some Emmanuel Forbes,
I
but
don't love me 166 pounds.
he is not
I had him at
better
20.
than
I think
Gonzalez.
I had him at 20.
What did I have him at? Yeah, to the left. So Emmanuel Forbes is a turnover machine, which is great. Redskins. Oh no, he isn't. Commanders. Let's use the right term now. That was number 16. That is wow. Now look again. I only had Forbes at number 38. So I think I can't wait to see where Gonzalez goes. Does he go to New England? Belichick loves them corners. Levis is on the table. Gonzalez again in Detroit. Nolan Smith. What's weird? So these like these value positions, corner, tackle. What you're seeing is people. Hunter, it's okay. It's okay.
I was just here.
It's okay. It's okay, puppy dogs. It's okay.
What I'm kind of thinking we're seeing now is we're in that range. We're in that range where I think anybody from our like top 50 could go.
Is
now.
he making the pick again?
Looks like it.
Is it like the audio for the whole thing?
With the 17th pick
No.
in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Christian Gonzalez.
Yeah,
that's
a no-brainer.
Yeah,
That's a no-brainer.
Yeah, I think Bill was like, yes. I think Bill might have been being like, oh, we can go back here and we can maybe get Forbes or something like that, because they do need defensive back. But Gonzalez being there,
that is a great value.
Because I was picking Gonzalez at 14 for them several times in mocks.
Well, so it just goes to show you how smart they are. You trade down, you get the guy you're going to take anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, I love that pick. I think he's going to fit really well in that defense too. Yeah.
I love my dog.
So who we got next? Detroit?
Detroit's on the clock.
All right. Does Detroit go with Will Levis?
Honestly, if I'm Detroit, you know who I take Hooker before Levis.
If I'm Detroit, I'm taking Cansey right here.
I don't want them to take Cansey because I want them to fall to the Raiders in round 2.
Yeah, well, I mean, I want them to follow the Bengals at 28. So.
If they fall to the Bengals, we talked about this. If he falls to the Bengals and they take him, I'm going to be mad at you. And if he falls to the Bengals and they don't take him, you're going to be mad at them.
I know. Wow.
Again, like this is we're on Levis watch. We are on Levis watch, and again, Levis is only getting better opportunity. Every pick down, he's going to a better team. He's going to more talent, more potential. If I'm a quarterback, like, being number 1 in the draft is great, but I don't want to be in that quarter flip.
So some guys that the Bengals have been linked to, and I could see them picking that are still on the board. There's Kalijah Cansey, obviously. There's Deonte Banks out of Maryland. There is Miles Murphy. I can see that. Either of the tight ends, Michael Mayer or Dalton Kincaid, I could see them going after a Brazil as well. If they feel like they have to reach on offensive line, I think it would be DeJuan Jones. Yeah, I think it would be DeJuan Jones before it would be Anton Harrison. but I don't think they will. I don't think they're going to go offensive line. I think,
The Bengals?
yeah, the Bengals.
I don't know. Is Mock there?
I don't think they do it in the first round.
I'm not like, it's not like I don't think that there are others, but every round you go down, now you're looking at like the Rams, you're looking at the Niners. Every round you go down, you're gonna have teams who are more willing to give up to get their guy.
Yeah.
And I think if you like a guy in the second round, you take him in the first.
Yeah.
Especially in this draft. It's not like I got to be honest, like it's a crapshoot.
Yeah.
Like the none of these guys, except for maybe Gonzalez. Gonzalez is the only guy from 13 to 17 who goes in the first round next year.
Yeah.
None of these quarterbacks are first round quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Next year, and we've already established our affection for Stroud.
Yep. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting back half here because there's lots of good players still, but
well, so honestly, Murphy, Breezy, Branch, Mayer, Smith. Those are the last guys I have first round grades on.
yeah.
Now they're not. I got more picks from 20 to 32.
You know what's gonna be crazy? What's gonna be crazy is Jackson Smith and Jigba there at 28, and the Bengals are like, "Screw it, let's go 5 wide."
What do you do? What do you do? And again, you love the guy. You love a guy.
Mm-hmm.
But that's why if I'm an owner, you make your board, you trust your board. You take the top guy on your board, regardless of position. Look, if the number one guy on your board is number 14 and he's an edge rusher, and number 15 is a tackle and you need a tackle, okay, let's talk for a minute. Let's use that 10 minutes to talk.
Yeah.
But that's the only time I do it. But if Christian Gonzalez is on your board, then you take him.
Yeah.
Regardless of what tackle's on the board. Because number 9 is better than number 29. And that should be true regardless. There's a show I like called Bleach. And there are these villains, and they were called the Espada. And from 10 up, like they had they all had tattoos that would give their number. And this guy fought like number 10. And then he like switched over to number 9. It's like, how much stronger can you be? And it's like, wham! And it's like, oh my God, the power difference is that big. Oh my goodness. I guess I feel convicted. I apologize. Hey, the difference could be that much.
Yeah.
If I were an owner, I would look my GM and my head coach in the eyeballs and be like, you're going to give me your draft board. Like, first off, we're going to work on our draft board together. You're going to give me your draft board. And I'm going to watch the draft because I love it. And if we have a guy ranked number 19 and you take number 20, you're fired.
Yeah.
Unless, like, you can call me. You can get, like, hey, I've changed my mind.
Oh, that background.
Scratching your head saying, why did they pick 12? Well, there was a trade. They actually got Houston's pick. That pick actually came from the Arizona Cardinals because they had swapped picks earlier in the draft. And of course, a full recap when everything is done on NFL.com. But now that the Lions are on the board here, we were all impressed by the selection that Detroit made a little bit earlier.
Whoa, Detroit's got 3 seconds.
Talking about taking running backs this early, despite the fact that Bijan Robinson also went in the top 10.
I thought the pick was in
Falcons, but the direction
I think it is.
from a Detroit perspective, what makes the most sense?
What makes the most sense is taking the best guy available. I wouldn't be shocked to see Branch go here.
Yeah.
Meyer again. Like these tight ends are going to start flying.
They did trade away Hawkinson last year.
These tight ends are going to start flying. Again, I like a planet where I got Hutchinson on one side and Miles Murphy on the other.
Yeah. I also like a world where I've got Cansey coming from the middle.
I'm very high on Kansas. I would love it if you got Kansas so that I only have to watch him maybe once
in the Super Bowl.
You know, don't worry though; they're going to let him get to the Raiders in round 2. It's going to happen. I'm willing it into existence.
Yes.
One of my fellow cat teams.
Mm-hmm. Bengals are way better than Lions.
Sure.
Cat-wise.
Cat-wise.
Well, NFL too.
With the 18th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Jack Campbell, linebacker, Iowa.
Wow. So I got to be honest. I, as a man, love this pick.
This is Dan Campbell. Campbell got on the phone and was like, I'm making this.
This
pick.
is Dan Campbell going, it's 1985. Defense wins championships. And this linebacker is
that's awesome.
This linebacker is from another planet.
Where did I have it?
I got to hear, like, I can't possibly be the only one this shocked, but also.
You know, I like your saying there's a little better.
I had him at 44.
But Jack Campbell's been a name that's really been hot in a lot of circles. Recently, I'd heard that, you know, teams like
Tampa
Buffalo
Bay.
might have
Is
wanted
Tampa Bay
Jack
going
Campbell
Will
in the
Levis now?
First round. So I think Jack Campbell fits the mentality of Dan Campbell. I just, you know.
Yeah, I had him 39.
Whether or not he's as athletic as some of the testing numbers.
That's crazy. I feel like they could have got him at 34, though. They have 34.
I think I had him at 39. But again, this draft is the draft. If you love a guy, take the guy. Because they're all like, no one knows.
What's crazy is after last year, where there was like, the last 2 years, where there's just wide receivers flying off the board. One of the things that I mentioned is that I was telling you, I was saying that there was rumors that they're not very big on the wide receivers in this draft.
Mm-hmm.
And so we could maybe see a ton of them in the first round because of that.
Or none of them.
And this is interesting because
I gotta be honest though. We talked about Smith and I talked about Johnston. You gotta get Addison there and you gotta get Flowers?
Yeah.
Look, those 4 are basically the only 4 wide receivers in this draft.
Yeah, and I don't think any of them would have gone before the mid-20s last year.
Right. So you when one of those goes, the other 3 are going, and then that's it. We're done with wide receivers.
I think the first one goes at 21.
So let's just talk again. I can't gush over this Campbell pick. Campbell had a 92 PFF grade at linebacker. The guy is going to lock down the middle of the field. You got so now you got these 2 layers. I would have taken. I might have even, Cam Smith. I don't know, like Joey Porter.
Jack Campbell looks like to me he looks. His name sounds like
he's
like
just
an
a
85
Detroit
Bears type guy, the Detroit Lions. It is the perfect team for him to land on.
Yeah.
I love it. And it'll be interesting to see if what happens. But it looks like I don't know if they're going to announce it yet, but it looks like the pick's in here for the Bucks because the timer's off. It'll be interesting to see if they go with Will Levis or are they going to run with that kid from Florida that they drafted? I forget his name, but
yeah,
a couple years ago.
That's exactly why they should draft Will Levis.
Yeah.
Trask? Kyle Trask?
Yeah, Kyle Trask. Yeah.
I still
they're still on.
Oh, there it is. Okay. He's got a radar for that kind of thing. He's like, the pick is in. He's low key looking at Twitter and not.
I'm trying not to. I went to the My Following tab on Twitter. So that way.
If you got 269 passing yards per game, you need a quarterback.
Pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Elijah Cansey.
Oh, that is a good pick. That is, I'm very angry, but
jerks.
So my number 23 player goes at number 19. This is the right zone. Yeah, he compares. It is eerie how many things he has in common with Aaron Donald. I think that's just an amazing pick. I really do. Kancey has the opportunity to be a dominant force, and he's going to the Bucks. He's going to be a nightmare. And so it's just interesting. It's just interesting to see like where
I don't think
where the Bucks go
does
from
Seattle take Levis?
here. Again, like we're in the Levis zone. Now Seattle is the last Levis zone, and Hooker for that matter.
So here's here's the thing where I'm saying, come on. Trying to see the board. Stupid Buccaneers. So here's what I'm thinking now that we're in the back half of the first round.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about when are the wide receivers going to start hitting. The very first team that I think needs
Chargers
taking a wide receiver.
The Ravens got to be
I think the
delighted right
Ravens
now.
could take a
The
wide
Ravens
receiver.
are like, because look, it's Seattle, Chargers, Baltimore. So you know you're going to get one of those four.
Yeah. So that's the thing. Wide receiver at 21, wide receiver at 22. At 23, the Vikings, who lost Adam Thielen, they need a wide receiver now.
Flowers to the Vikings makes too much sense. But again, I'm sorry. Seattle and Minnesota, those are the last two Levis round one things.
Yeah.
If Minnesota doesn't take Levis, then I hope you enjoyed your trip to Kansas City.
I just know I'm getting my hopes up because Michael Mayer is dropping. And you know what's going to happen? Stupid Dallas Cowboys, whose tight end left, is going to go. That's what's going to happen. He's going to go to the Dallas Cowboys. But New York Giants pick 25. Also very hot spot for a wide receiver. So they're all four of the big wide receivers that we were talking about could go in the next leg.
This is where the wide receivers come off the board here. I think the Chargers want one. Although, again, if I'm the Chargers, the best receiver of passes in this draft is Kincaid out of Utah.
Oh, Kincaid. The reason I like Kincaid, like I love Mayer as the overall tight end, right? The reason I like Kincaid is because Kincaid provides, for the Bengals at least, he provides insurance for if Tyler Boyd doesn't get re-signed because this is his last year on a deal. If he doesn't get re-signed, Kincaid's a good enough passer. You throw that guy in the slot.
Yeah.
You know, you can get because the way that the Chiefs use Kelsey.
Yeah.
You can do that, and the way that y'all do with Kittle.
Yeah.
You could do that same thing with Kincaid on the Bengals. To go along with a Jamar and T.
Yeah.
And that would be absolutely insane.
I'm just saying the best receiver of passes in this draft is Kincaid.
Yeah.
I feel how I feel about Johnston. You feel how you feel about Njigba. I like Addison.
Yeah.
But I value route running above everything.
Mm-hmm.
I just think Johnston is Randy Moss, Megatron. The guy's open. The guy that like you cannot cover him. The only thing you can do is make sure you tackle him after he catches the ball, and I value that. It's like baseball when you get on base, he gets first downs.
I don't know. Like I don't really have a lot of basis in film or anything. It's just a feel I have with Johnston. Like you say, you feel Megatron, and I feel Roy Williams.
Maybe that's why the Lions didn't take him.
Yeah, with the Lions' big bust that they had. So I don't know.
Yeah, I think highly.
Who is that? Devin Witherspoon? Oh, that's earlier. I was like, wait a second. He went earlier.
Again, I honestly I gotta be upfront. I had emotions over Witherspoon going to Seattle. I'm starting to twitch. I don't I don't know how I feel about that, you know.
Yeah. Oh, heck yeah. Man, that's
Feels
my
like
favorite
chip time.
flavor. Man, they have so many picks.
This is a Levis zone. Although if I'm Seattle, I'm like, is Minnesota going to take him? Because if Minnesota doesn't take him, we'll get him in the second round.
Yeah, they have pick 37.
But so, what are your feelings on this? So, like, okay, we're going to draft this quarterback in round 1, so we get one more year with him. If he's garbage, you won't want that year anyway, and you got to pay first round money for him.
Yeah, I understand it. I've argued that with Bengals fans today because I'm like, they're like, why would we trade away pick 28 if the 5th-year option? I'm like, listen, if we think a guy that is the guy we want is there at 28 is going to be there at like 35 or something like that, and we get an extra 3rd-round pick and 35, and then our guy's there, if he's a hit, we're going to sign him after his 3rd year anyway.
The only reason you want that 5th year is you want one more year to think about it. And frankly, I'm not going to draft a guy in the 1st round if I have to think about 5th year.
Yeah, that's not the reason. Like, it's a nice thing for negotiating, and it does allow a little wiggle room for cap space.
Yeah,
in that 5th year.
I guess it worked for Lamar, but
yeah,
they didn't exercise the 5th year option on Lamar because they didn't want to give him a long term. Because they couldn't get a deal done.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's like the most idyllic reason. But it's not like they didn't want to re-sign him. He was going to get a long-term deal.
Yeah.
So that 5th year option is just a myth. If you want that guy for one more year, you want that guy. The Niners did it with McGlinchey. The Niners were like, no, we want you for the cheap this next year.
Yeah.
And the Niners tried to flip him.
Yeah, you do that for guys like the 5th year option is better for guys that like are okay, but you're not going to re-sign to a big money contract.
The Niners are going to get a 3rd next year for Garoppolo. I think they're going to get a 3rd next year for McGlinchey. And someone will hire a minority guy. They're going to hire Wilkes. Wilkes will get a job.
Yeah. The Bengals are going to probably get a couple, maybe 4th or 5th. Signing Orlando Brown lost us our 3rd that we would have got for Jesse Bates. But
I got to be honest. I think Wilkes. Well, first off, the most screwed guy in the league was Leftwich. Not only did he not get a head coaching job, which he should have gotten, he got fired because Tom Brady, like Father Time, caught up to Tom Brady, and they just blamed him.
Yeah.
I'm shocked that no one took him.
Now,
I will say this. Like, he's just such a different... He's more of an old school, like, the bombs away, risk it, biscuit kind of guy, and I get it. But he and Bieniemy, they were wronged. Every year they don't have a head coaching job, they are wronged. Wow, those guys are huge.
The Seattle Seahawks are champions of growing the game of football at the youth and high school levels. Joining me on stage are local boys tackle football players and local girls flag players who are pioneers in flag football growth. These young men and women embody...
Is that guy at Parade Rest on the far right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Resiliency and responsibility to their teams. Congratulations on your accomplishments.
Those guys are tall because Goodell's over 6 foot.
Those guys probably have offers somewhere. What do you think the Buffaloes do this year?
20th pick in the 2023
1 second.
NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Jackson and Jigba,
There.
wide receiver, Ohio.
Yep, it's time. It's time.
And the Chargers are like, dang it.
I don't know how mad they are. So the Seahawks,
Um,
and that's number 20. So I had him 49. I don't value wide receivers, and I don't think as highly of this young man as a receiver. He might be the greatest young man on earth. I think he's very limited in what he can do.
so how many of your top 15 are still available? I've only got Joey Porter Jr., Nolan Smith, and Brian Branch.
5. I got 5 guys. 5. I got. Hey, it's last year. I got
Yeah.
five guys. 5 guys. I got 5 guys. But again, I'm way higher on Miles Murphy. Apparently, I'm way higher on Brees. Well, Murphy and Brees I expected, but Branch I thought would have been gone. Now I bet you Baltimore takes Branch.
I don't know because they've got.
No, they want that receiver. I'm sorry, they don't.
Yeah,
but I got to be honest. It's got to, like, someone is weeping right now because Branch is not gone, and they're gonna appease Lamar by taking a wide receiver, and they're gonna have to deny their urge to take the Alabama dude. It is killing them. It's gotta be. Like, this is it. This is the one. Like, this is when they're gonna go to the Panthers war room and they're gonna be high fiving, and there's gonna be a dude in the background like this.
Yeah, shaking his head.
And what I want, yeah.
With Tyler Lockett is getting a little older for the Seahawks. Smith and Jigba kind of fits that mold. He's a little bigger than Tyler Lockett is. So that's interesting. The Chargers here, I expect them to go wide receiver.
Mm-hmm.
Another dark horse pick, I could see them going Kincaid.
Like I said, I would go Kincaid if I were the Chargers.
Because Kincaid would be huge.
Or Mayer. I would go Kincaid or Mayer if I were the Chargers.
But then another thing is, remember they spent all that money last year on Justin Jackson, and then he got hurt. And then when he did get back, he wasn't playing great. I could also see them going corner.
Joey Porter?
Joey Porter Jr. Yes. Deontay Banks?
I got Banks ranked higher, I believe. Don't get me wrong. I love me some Joey Porter.
Like I said, I secretly, I don't know if I've said this.
Cam
tonight.
Smith. I think Cam Smith is a steal in round 2, folks.
Lance Zierlein has him at 66, which is wild to me.
What? See, now. So again, I'm willing to admit that I am like I am not anyone important. No. I'm willing to acknowledge that. But my question is, what are they seeing that I don't see?
Yeah.
Didn't he have a top 30 visit?
Yeah.
I don't know if he had 20 top 30 visits, but
Kalijah Kancey had 0.
Yeah, but that was just teams being like, follow us.
Yeah, that's exactly what that was. But yeah.
So here's my point right now. We're looking at Smith and Jigba, and they're literally showing the same 5 catches.
Yeah.
That is my evidence as to why he shouldn't have been drafted this high.
Okay.
You're drafting a guy who has literally 5 highlights?
The thing for me is, like, the ceiling is so absolutely high. This past year killed him injury-wise, yeah. But, like, I remember it was the game not last year, but the year before, when Garrett Wilson and Chris Olave sat out because of going to they were going to the draft.
Mm-hmm.
So they both sat out, and they were like, they don't know what they're going to do. It's going to be tough to put a lot on the shoulders.
That's one game.
And then he annihilated.
I get it. He had an amazing one game. Wasn't that against a Pac-12?
Utah, I think.
Yeah. So, really?
Yeah, Utah's got their top corner. Then was a guy that's going to be drafted probably in the first 2 rounds this year. Clark Phillips.
Nah, he's a round 3 guy.
Yeah, maybe.
He's a slot guy.
Sure.
So I'm just saying, man, I wish the best. But one game and one season is not enough for me. I mean, even you said you want high production young.
Yeah.
And then you want sustained.
Yeah. But the
But-
reason he didn't have sustained is because of the injury. So I'm like,
Right, but if you get injured in
if-
college, you're
if
going to get
they-
injured in the pros.
not necessarily.
Well, okay.
'Cause
Frank Gore's evidence against my statement, but so that White out of Georgia Tech, don't sleep on that guy. Like I think that's about the right ranking for him. But don't sleep on that guy.
Who?
White out of Georgia Tech.
Keon White?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
No.
he's like 45 years old as well. He's one of the, if I'm not mistaken. That's why he did get a draft invite. So
Well, the pick is in.
yeah, he's 24. So he's gonna be 25 this year.
Oh no, 10 years of greatness. Only 10. I remember when 10 years was like a whole NFL career.
Got to be a wide receiver
With the 21st pick
or tight
in the
end.
2023 NFL
Show me
Draft,
Kincaid.
the Los Angeles Chargers select Quentin Johnston.
Here's
My
your
number
guy.
one receiver.
TCU.
Here's my guy. He went to the team that I'm going to root against. But there you go.
I'm not surprised. They needed to get Herbert, because Keenan Allen can never stay healthy.
It's a very good
Because
comp. Throw it up.
yeah,
Throw it up.
and this is the guy that I think the Ravens should have been hoping for, because
Yeah.
the Ravens need a catch radius guy, because unless they go get DeAndre Hopkins, which they might, but Lamar is not the most accurate passer in the world. He needs a guy that can make up for that. And they always get small slot guys.
That's Michigan.
Yep.
That.
Well, Michigan sucks, so.
That.
Well, Quentin Johnston, he's gonna get a lot of targets. That offense is all about
They're throwing that ball
all
all
about
over the
throwing.
yard. The
What's gonna be
Ravens-
interesting is there was rumors that based on how the draft goes, we could see them cutting Keenan Allen.
Mhm.
Because they need cap space if they're going to if they're going to extend Herbert this year, because they don't have any cap space.
Mhm.
So that would be interesting to see, is if they end up cutting Keenan Allen. And I think they would still have to like grab another wide receiver later on, like a more of a slot guy.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sure I have wide receiver. So Flowers or Addison? I think Addison is the better receiver on my board, but Flowers might be a better fit for Baltimore. What do you think?
I know Ravens fans all over Twitter are calling for Addison, which makes me want them to get Flowers, just so I can go troll them. But they also do need corners, considering they play in a division with Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. So I could see them going and getting Deontay Banks or Joey Porter Jr. here. I secretly do hope that Joey Porter Jr. falls at 28 and we can make his dad have to wear Bengals gear. Because it'd just be
I don't think that would
funny
happen.
for me.
I wouldn't be surprised if Joey Porter Jr. sits doesn't sign, pulls an Eli. My dad will kill me. He actually I'm not being metaphorical. He will in fact murder me.
Yeah, he tried to murder a Bengals player on the field while he was a coach and lost us a playoff game. So, but yeah, this draft is what's funny is it's kind of been all over the board, but
it's been it's the zone, and
Yeah.
I like that our zones are similar, with the exception of Gibbs.
yeah, Gibbs is the one. I thought Gibbs, the area I was expecting Gibbs to go in could have been anywhere starting from 23 on. I did not expect him to go 12. There was no world.
I'm worried that the Lions. So look, I love the linebacker pick, but that's only because I love linebackers.
Yeah,
but that feels like you took a running back because you wanted a running back.
right. And it feels like It feels like Billy Price to me, which is the Bengals pick a few years ago. Frank Ragnow went right before the Bengals pick, and that was the guy they really, really wanted, ironically, to the Lions. And they were like, crap, we got to grab a center. And they took Billy Price, and he was a huge bust. He was awful. The only good he ever got us was we traded him for B.J. Hill, who ended up doing great for us.
I just can't, look, I wish the best, but I
feel like they got 2 second-round guys in the first right now.
Who's their other guy?
Because they got Gibbs and Campbell.
Oh yeah. Again, okay, that's they could have had either of them in the second round.
Yeah.
And I think this is I think the NFL offices are saying the tackles you like are not good tackles.
Yeah.
But I can't. I got to tell you, man, if the OU kid or the North Dakota State kid are there at 28, even Osiris Torrance. I don't know what you feel about guards.
Osiris Torrance, I like him. I also really, really like Steve Avila. I personally have him slightly above.
For the next 5 years, there's a lot of fraud going on. Let's go, baby. Let's go, man. Can't wait to get there. Can't wait to be there. Can't wait to light up M&T for the next 5 years, man.
So he gets the richest contract in NFL history.
It's crazy. That's a lot of money to be the second best quarterback in your division.
But it won't matter though. He's gonna be the third, and this is why, I don't 5 years is solid. I personally, if I were an agent, I wouldn't sign anything more than 4 years because that contract's outdated in 4 years. But then again, you signed a 5-year deal, and in 4 years, you're gonna want to renew on the last year of your deal. So it is a 4-year deal.
Yeah. So yeah, it's interesting. Do you think the Vikings are gonna take Will Levis?
So again, Vikings.
And then does Kirk Cousins get angry like Aaron Rodgers did? No, Kirk Cousins is too nice.
I think Cousins is like, good luck, and you're Will Levis, and I'm way better than you.
Yeah. They
drafted you on the hope that you could be better than me, but everyone's been trying to replace me for forever.
Yeah.
And I'm just good enough to be better than anyone else you got. That's Kirk Cousins in a nutshell.
Yeah.
I'm that much better than the next guy. Kirk Cousins is like Garoppolo plus.
All right, where is the board?
That's your board?
No, I'm trying to look at I'm just looking at the ESPN's best available right now.
Yeah. Can you get PFF? Can you do anything on PFF now without paying out your
Basically
wallet?
not. Okay, so their number one best available is Will Levis.
Flowers is himself. He likes him. So I started thinking about maybe some of those connections in Baltimore. Maybe that is a good pick. Is that where you would go?
It would be a really good pick. They need more juice. They need more playmaking. They're changing their offense. Let's see what it looks like. We're going to be grounded out, or we're going to throw it a little bit. Then it's big money.
And we talked about Bucky and
I would be
during the break
so
about
you are praying that the Ravens decide to change who they are. Because I affirm the reason the Ravens are one of the best teams ever is they refuse to change who they are. This is what we do.
And they are changing who they are.
And they're going to change who they are, and it'll be
this is a wide receiver. They're changing who they are.
And then so assertion, if this is a receiver, the Ravens are the worst team in the AFC North next year.
I can see it.
I'm calling it.
With the 22nd pick in the 2023 draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Zay Flowers, wide receiver.
I love Zay Flowers actually, but I'm just really excited to mess with some of those Ravens fans.
Every time they lose by 20 in a 44-56 game,
yeah,
you just tell them, but don't worry, your receiver caught a lot of passes.
Every time the Ravens came back from behind, were they chucking it down the field? No, they were running all over the field and dropping it to tight ends. That's their offense.
Did I have Zay Flowers there? Nope. Zay Flowers was not my second or third wide receiver on the board, or my fourth. He was my fifth. Item number 46. There you go, Ravens. That to me is confirmation is that the Ravens are not the Ravens anymore.
Let's see, where did I have Zay Flowers? I had him at 32.
Yeah, so we're in the same zone. 15 picks.
So all I can say though,
You changed who you are to make your quarterback happy, and now your quarterback's going to learn the reason you were successful is you played into their system, and now what you're demanding is that they change who they are, and franchises that try to change who they are have number 1 picks in the draft next year.
yeah. So now I'm starting to get excited because there's 5 teams left picking before the Bengals.
Mm-hmm.
So that means I'm looking at the board. I'm like, okay, are there 6 guys on here I'd be fine taking?
So you're looking at the ESPN board?
ESPN best available. They have number 1 as Will Levis. Obviously, we're not taking Will Levis. But number 2.
Backup quarterbacks are good.
Yeah, we wouldn't take Will Levis in the first round. Number 2, Dalton Kincaid. I'd be pumped if he was there. That's one guy.
Yeah.
Number 3, Nolan Smith. Pumped. Let's take him. Number 4, Michael Mayer. Pumped. Let's go. Number 5, Joey Porter Jr. Pumped. Let's go. Miles Murphy. Wouldn't hate it.
I'm sorry.
I know you would be pumped for me.
So I would laugh at you because you've been pooping on Murphy this whole time.
I know.
And I think you were doing the same thing. Those people dropping all that data on Stroud. He's dropping. No one wants him. Nobody wants him. Nobody. Yeah. Dang it.
Yeah. And then number 7, Jordan Addison. 8, Deontay Banks. Those are all guys that are there for the Bengals potentially.
The Bengals should be very happy. They're going to get a good guy.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry.
Branch
is right there.
And that'll be the interesting thing. We took safety last year. We did sign Nick Scott to a 3-year deal.
Branch is a different guy, man.
Branch is a different guy.
He's a nickel,
just don't see them.
He's a linebacker. He's a pass rusher. He is a defensive weapon.
Yeah.
Just get him on the field.
I don't see them taking a safety. But I wouldn't necessarily be upset about it.
Mm-hmm.
Fun fact, one of the Bengals insiders that I know, who is, talks with a lot of people, he talked to Joe Burrow's dad today, and he said, where are they going in the draft? He's like, I think they're going defense round 1.
Oh, the Bengals?
Yeah. So that'll be interesting. I thought for sure they were going defense round 1. I also thought both Michael Mayer and Dalton Kincaid would already be gone.
Oh, Dallas is taking one of them.
Dallas for sure is taking one. But if one or both of them are there,
the Giants. You have Kincaid and Mayer. There's this guy Laporta. People are big on.
Yeah, I'm okay with him round 2. I wouldn't take him round 1.
You have Addison, and if you really want to reach, you have that kid out of Tennessee.
Yeah.
You got 5 pass catchers, and you got Jacksonville. Minnesota is not out of the pass catcher business.
Yeah, they could.
The
Actually,
Giants and Dallas.
Addison is a perfect replacement for Thielen.
Yeah, Addison and Thielen are
He's
very
the same.
comparable.
Very similar type. They're the possession guy, the route runner.
Mm-hmm.
I could see that being a good fit, and having Addison and Justin Jefferson on the field with Hawkinson. Woo.
Are you ready for this? If the Vikings go quarterback, they go Hendon Hooker.
I could see it. To me, if they do that, I want them to move on from Kirk after this year.
Kirk's contract's up, and they know that relationship is ending.
Yeah,
their eyes are
not.
open.
There's no way they're going to resign him
because you're not gonna give him $40 million unless you're Shanahan.
Yeah.
There's a planet where if next year is a trash
I could
fire,
also see them going Miles Murphy here though.
So they're going to take a receiver of passes unless they're in love with the defenders I'm in love with. Again, You got Miles Murphy staring you in the face. You got Breezy staring you in the face. You got Branch staring you in the face. But this isn't. Where did Zimmer go? Is Zimmer a coach in Colorado?
I think so. I think he went.
I know he's a consultant. I know they're friends.
I don't know where he is.
I think Zimmer got a raw deal getting fired.
He did. I'm looking though, like if Bengals want defense round one, I think they're in a great spot because I don't see Jacksonville necessarily being in on defense. They have a very good defense. The Giants have a good defense, but I think they want to give Daniel Jones more weapons.
These guys, the Lord knows what they're gonna do.
True. I think I think old Jerry Jones is upset none of those running backs are there.
Right, but Joey Porter's staring you in the face.
Yeah.
And you got no one next to Diggs.
That's true.
You got
Deontay Banks is still there too.
You got 3 great tight ends.
Yeah, this board is actually like I could not be happier with how the board has fallen as a Bengals fan because I know that now watch the Bengals go pick someone else completely random and I'll be like, what the heck?
They're gonna take a tackle out of Iowa or something.
Yeah.
You're gonna be so dejected.
But
I got to be honest, I'm rooting more and more for Murphy to go to the Bengals because you have to root for a guy you're like, I don't like him. I'm like, go ahead, sell him to me right now.
The thing about Murphy is,
go ahead.
You're backpedaling better than the corner. He does have line versatility. You could move him inside. You could like him and Sam Hubbard could rotate in and out on the inside. So I mean, I'm not against Murphy. I just didn't. I don't know. There's just something about him that doesn't feel right to me. And it could just be that Cleveland Farrell just still weighing over me.
Everyone's going to think differently of Farrell after this year.
And it's not getting better right now. You know, that's the problem is if you don't draft a cornerback right here at a big position of need, I don't know where you're going to get these stops outside. And look,
first off, there are corners I love who have undrafted free agent grades.
Yeah. Was it Gilmore? Is that one of them?
Luter Jr.
Yeah.
And Becton.
Yep.
And someone the 5th from, is it UTEP? Something of Sterling the 5th?
Sterling Thomas. Okay. Or Starling Thomas.
Yeah.
I do think corner is probably the pick here. It does make sense.
It's offense, I promise.
Yeah. They do have a very, very offensive-minded head coach.
I mean, you traded Hockenson. They just traded for Hockenson. Oh, that's right. They traded, So they traded for Hockenson. So you're not going to go tight end, I don't think.
All right, let's find out what this pick is. We'll take it to Kansas City right now. It is raised a good debate on our set. We'll see what the answer is. Here's Commissioner Roger Goodell.
Joey Porter Jr. And I didn't look on Twitter, I promise.
With the 23rd pick in the 2023 NFL
Or
Draft,
Addison.
the Minnesota Vikings select Jordan Addison, wide receiver, USC.
I promise. I promise.
There it is, doubling down on the offensive side. Brian Baldinger, who was going through the tape. We had Jordan Addison.
So my 26th player goes 23. And I feel even better.
Yeah. See, where did I have him?
But he's just so
He was 28 for me, so
you didn't get any better as a team.
I don't think so either.
You just reloaded what you needed.
Yeah, you basically it was like you got a younger swap basically.
Cheaper deal.
Yeah.
We saw him the year before at Pittsburgh, and he was the Biletnikoff Award winner. He was dominant. We saw the numbers. He was playing with Kenny Pickett.
He is really underrated though.
And the numbers
And
okay, gotta get off here.
And he's not getting double covered. What do you know?
I don't know anything. I just saw the pick is in for the next team, so I was like, gotta get off. I don't
Nope.
want to see it.
It just led to more
Don't be
questions,
shocked.
concerns about his game, and also the system coming up
This
with air
this
raid.
is where
We saw him
so
run
the
out
pass
physically.
catchers are off
You
the
can't
board.
get jaded by
It
someone
hold on.
who
It says
plays in a
the
system where, look, you just love
Giants.
the grass, and they got
It says the
ball
Giants
out in the
24 now,
Yeah,
but it still
Jordan
says
Addison,
Jacksonville
I
next
think
year.
is a nice weapon
It said
to
Giants
have.
24 up there. And they
Giants
have,
straight up. They want
They must
Mayer
have tried
or
up.
Kincaid.
I think
Maybe
you'd like to
Mayer,
find
Kincaid.
a good possession receiver, a big ball winner, and that's hard to find in the first round here. You could go in the second round, you can get a guy like Cedric Tillman. They don't have a second round pick. So I think Jordan Addison, I'm not sure I 100% like the fit here for them. I get it, and I think he's going to get catches and looks. Kirk Cousins is an accurate passer, and he is a good route runner when it comes to maintaining momentum through breaks. I just, I think that life is going to be a little bit tougher for him from a getting open standpoint.
No, it isn't. I'm sorry, no, it isn't.
He is
And there are
Justin
10 guys-
Jefferson on the other
There are
side.
like 9 guys guarding Jefferson.
Yeah.
He's playing against their 5th corner.
Yeah, they've got double, triple teams because that's what was happening with T. Higgins last year.
Yeah.
Is T. Higgins was getting wide open because there were guys named Trenton Irwin and Trent Taylor getting wide open for the Bengals because you had like double and triple teams.
Like I said, there were 4 wide receivers here. Now, honestly,
Because he's not going to get double coverage. He just has to win. You love that part.
2 teams right now in this first round.
Josh Downs out of NCU and a kid out of Houston and a kid out of Tennessee.
Giants on the clock.
Someone could reach.
There you go. I'm anticipating. I can't wait to see
The
that.
Giants are furious. Jamar Gibbs went off the board.
Yeah, that what an interesting move up. Like, I wonder, like they must have been worried that another team was going to try. See, this is why I think you're right that it might be tight end. Is because they might be like they might have been thinking Dallas
was
going
going to trade up.
Yeah.
So the Giants said, the Giants said, if you don't trade with us, we're going to take the guy you like better.
Yeah.
And if you trade with us, you still get your guy, and you'll get another pick.
Yeah, and I honestly I could have seen Jacksonville taking tight end too, so it could have been I don't know.
I thought Jacksonville wasn't going to go tight end.
Yeah, I thought so too. I could also see them going defensive back. So
I don't have a clue what Jacksonville's doing, if I'm being honest.
actually, I could see Jacksonville going safety. Brian Branch could be the guy there.
Well, so here's where I'm at. You got the quarterback. That means you got to give the quarterback everything.
Yeah.
So you're already livid that the receivers are gone, which is why you traded down. But you know that there are 2 tight ends you like. So give up one of the tight ends. Take the other one. Get an extra pick out of it. But you have to do everything. Everything you do has to be dedicated to Trevor Lawrence because you took the quarterback first and not last.
Yep.
So you got to do everything you can to make him feel good.
Yeah, Giants. Yeah, they just signed Daniel Jones, so it just makes sense to go offense because man, they had nothing.
You can see how good they were with nothing.
That's what I'm saying. Is like they signed Daniel Jones. They had nothing.
You know what I do if I'm the Giants? I call the Cardinals. I give up my first round pick, and I take DeAndre Hopkins. I draft DeAndre Hopkins.
What's the rumors are the 3 teams that are in on it are the Ravens, Bills, and Chiefs.
Ravens aren't in anymore.
I don't think the Ravens are in anymore. They
Chiefs
took
aren't
Zay
in.
Flowers. I think that after the Zay Flowers pick, that's off the table personally.
Mm-hmm.
25, 160, and 240
they got 3
to go up
picks.
1.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were
this
bidding with
Kincaid.
somebody else. They definitely were bidding. They honestly could have been bidding with the Bengals. I'm not kidding. Since no tight ends are off the board yet, I could have seen them bidding with the Bengals right here.
Well, so Buffalo is weeping because they got nothing unless they like the kid out of NC State.
Yeah.
Don't reach for him though, guys. If you don't love him, don't take him.
They've tinkered with some of the offensive pieces to try to get better, and then of course added one of the best tight ends in the NFL in Darren Waller. Is there an
Oh yeah, they got Darren Waller.
that we're thinking about?
I forgot they got Darren Waller. Maybe they're not going tight end.
Two tight end set
is one of the positions that they need. They need corner. They could use guard play, but I don't
Osiris?
think they fit right here. And a lot of people talk about wide receiver, but you're kind of out of options at wide receiver because I don't think Jalen Hyatt is a fit for what they do.
No, Jalen Hyatt is not a fit. And plus, again, they ran out all those wide receivers that they brought in. Bunch of Mike Swing Martindale, defensive coordinator, did a really good job. But remember, they lost Julian Love, which hurt them in the back end.
And that's a safety.
They lost James Bradbury before the season
Look,
started.
Branch would be a value pick. Murphy would be a value pick. Breesy, I gotta be honest, Buffalo should take Breesy or Murphy.
Yeah. See, Breesy for me, what's funny is Breesy for me is the same reason that you didn't like in Jigba, because Jigba didn't do much this year. Breesy had some injuries and didn't do much this year.
Yeah, but wasn't he a 4-year guy? Didn't he have 3 years?
Yeah.
Looks so lazy. The screen. Guys, we've been working for 3 hours now.
Jaguars have traded the 24th pick to the New York Giants. With the 24th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Deontay Banks.
Okay, corner.
Maryland. Like so
Joey Porter's wearing Bengals gear. I'm telling you.
I affirm that there are a lot of good corners in this draft.
Yeah.
There are a lot. And all that matters is, like, what do you like?
And see, some Bengals fans have been freaking out that other Bengals fans are saying we should take a corner because we have Chidobe Awuzie, we have Mike Hilton, we have Cam Taylor-Britt. So that's our top 3 corners, right?
What did I have, Banks?
But our 4th corner last year played like 400 snaps. So it's not like a cornerback 4 is not going to see the field like crazy.
I did not think very highly of Deontay Banks.
I had Banks at 18.
I did not. I had him at 64.
64.
Yeah. So look, again, that's not an indictment on him. It's a style thing.
There's a lot of corners too.
There are a lot, like I was saying, there are a lot of corners in this draft.
And you and I talked about this last year.
Mm-hmm.
We like the longer corners, the tall, longer corners. That's why I'm such a Julius Brents fan, because he is just a massive human for a cornerback to have the speed that he has.
I mean, Deontay Banks is 6'2".
Is he?
Yeah.
Okay. Bills are on the clock.
Joey Porter Jr., Breesy, Murphy. Me personally, if I was the Bills, if I were the GM of the Bills, I would take Breesy. That is what I would do for them. Because
I could see Osiris Torrance.
Because you need
interior offensive line is one of their biggest.
I'm sorry,
needs.
you didn't lose because you couldn't put up points. You lost because you couldn't stop. You couldn't stop people.
Yeah.
And you need interior pressure.
I could also see safety because didn't they lose? I thought did they lose Jordan Poyer, or did he resign?
Look, I'm a fan, but I'm a front to back guy.
Yeah.
So there's a reason I have 2 defensive linemen ahead of the. So in some way, Branch is the best defensive back because he's whatever you need.
Yeah.
But so I actually love Jimmy Ward. I really did. I'm very sad that he's not a 49er. I'm still holding out hope. I don't think he's signed.
Yep.
There
are still like 7 people that were on the Bengals roster last year that haven't signed in free agency. So
Yeah.
A lot of those guys are going to be coming back on cheap deals
Yeah.
if the Bengals don't hit on those positions in the draft.
And I think Branch reminds me of Jimmy Ward. That is not a knock. That is a compliment from me, because what
He
they
reminds
are,
me of like best version of Jimmy Ward.
yeah.
Yeah.
What you're like, hey, he's one of our best defensive backs. Where are you going to play him? I don't know. How afraid am I of their receivers? And I put him in the back, or I put him in at nickel, or I put him in at whatever. And
Could this be Nolan Smith? I was looking at who's still in my top.
is it Buffalo?
Yeah.
Again, what's your flavor? Nolan Smith would make a lot of sense.
Yeah. I mean, because they had Von Miller, right? Well, they still have Von Miller.
Who's that kid? He's climbing up boards. Is it in Wisconsin? That tackle?
D tackle?
Yeah.
Keanu Benton.
Yeah.
I have a second round grade on him, like a late second round grade on him.
I think if you like a guy, you take a guy.
Yeah, I think I have him.
I'm just saying, I smell a defensive tackle.
Okay.
I like Breezy.
Breezy.
Nolan, I wouldn't knock. Branch, I wouldn't knock. Murphy, I wouldn't knock. But
Adamoia Adabare, they just call him Double A, which is much.
Yeah, Double A, the pass rusher, right?
Yeah. I could see him too, because he's an inside out guy. Like, he can play edge, he can play tackle.
Mm-hmm.
So I could see him being a guy too. He's a fringe first round guy.
I don't think it. Well, okay, he is a fringe first round guy, but I don't think he should be. The Bills traded up again.
Oh, that was the trade.
With the Giants.
No, the Jags traded with the Giants, and they traded again with the Bills.
Yeah. So they got a fourth. No, they got a fifth and a seventh last.
They have 3 new picks.
Yeah.
This year, as you take a closer look at what's transpiring in Buffalo inside that draft room, there's clearly a guy that they like. I don't know if there's a position of need that stands out to you. I think about wide receiver, another offensive piece for that guy, Josh Allen.
Kincaid makes some sense, but
I don't think they're thinking defense
I'm not.
here.
They just gave their tight end a 4-year, $52 million deal.
About trying to diversify the passing game around Stephon Diggs. The Buffalo Bills want to do more.
Josh
but they don't
Downs?
have a number 2. They thought Gabe Davis would be that guy.
Yeah.
He hasn't taken the step that they thought. So now you have Stephon Diggs, who's kind of on an island.
Jalen Hyatt.
That can help him get loose.
I like Hyatt, but
I do too.
I don't like him.
I think
first
that's high.
round.
Having to be a football player like you talked about.
Yeah, and you got a wide tight end if you wanted to go 2 tight end sets with Knox and Michael Mayer. You got the ultimate pass catcher, who a lot of people thought would be gone by now, and and that would make a lot of sense with Dalton Kincaid.
It's got to be defensive line.
Inside linebacker feels a little early, for Drew Sanders. So
You can't say that when Jack Campbell goes number 18. You can't do it. Got to be defensive line. You were monsters when your defensive line was on point.
This has really been one of the most
It's the most melancholy
down
crowds
ever.
Kansas City, y'all should kind of feel a little convicted.
The Jacksonville Jaguars have traded the 25th pick to the Buffalo Bills. With the 25th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Dalton Kincaid.
There you go.
Ooh.
Utah.
So hey, he is a great.
Scary.
I had him at number 22. He went at 25, and Josh Allen is just that much more of a threat. But you're still going to lose by 20 because you can't stop a cold. And you let go of some elite talent on the defensive line for a guy who's what the second or third option.
Yeah.
You didn't do Kincaid any favors. He's the second or third option.
Yeah, what's interesting though is like the tight end that they gave a ton of money is also not a blocking tight end.
I'm going to say this now. I was afraid they were going to take that UCLA kid, Charbonnet.
Yeah, that would have been a crazy reach.
I was like, I'm going to take that running back.
I don't even have him in my top 50.
Again, I think he's going to be a great running back, one of the top running backs in the league. but it's just not hard to find.
All right, Dallas, don't you do it.
Oh, Dallas is taking Mayer.
They're taking Mayer, I know it.
But that's all right. You can make Joey Porter wear Bengals. or you can backpedal.
Except for Jacksonville.
I can't wait for you to backpedal and sell Murphy. You've been pooing on him all night.
I won't. I will be sad. What's funny is one of the Bengals writers earlier was like, if this person is picked, I will be if blank person is picked, I'll be excited. If blank person is picked, it will ruin my night. And I put if Gibbs or was it Gibbs or Kincaid, I think is who I put. I'll be excited and buy a jersey. And then I said, if either of the Clemson D-line are picked, it will ruin my night. So that's almost certainly who's going to be the pick for Cincinnati at this point.
We're going to find out which one of us can grade a guy. So, again, Bengals, Laporta's right there.
I'm not taking Laporta in the first. I would be upset about that.
Those Iowa tight ends, not Iowa, those Iowa tight ends, they're pretty good.
Yeah,
you know what?
I think if Mayer's not there, they're not taking one right now.
I think you need to start telling yourself that maybe you do like Laporta.
I like Laporta in the second and later.
I think you should start
Laporta to me
reconciling.
Laporta's not even my third tight end. Tucker Kraft is my third tight end.
I am not disputing how you rank them. I'm just telling you what the wins are saying.
Yeah, I just don't think they would do it, especially because they signed back.
Yeah, but your Bengals take guys I like.
Yeah, but we brought back Sam Laporta with Drew Sample.
Yeah,
that's what Sam Laporta is.
Do the Cowboys take Charbonnet?
I don't think they go running back. I would laugh really, really hard.
That would make my night. That would be my favorite.
I feel like Mayer's going to be it. It's hard for me to see them not go.
How's that pick not in right now? My mom would have turned this in by now.
Yeah.
This is the easiest pick.
That's the thing is, I think their two biggest needs.
Oh wait,
it's corner.
No, they're looking at Branch.
Mm.
They didn't think Branch would be there, and
they could be looking at Nolan Smith too.
Yeah, but I think Branch is giving them pause, but I think it's Mayer or Branch.
Ooh, they're fighting.
See, they're like, this is what you wanted.
Yeah,
like, calm down, everyone, calm down. Now,
at this point, but there was a lot of talk. You can get me in trouble, man. There was a lot of talk of Dallas thinking about running back.
So the offensive coach is smiling. So Mayer won.
It's not now, exactly, because Jahmyr Gibbs is now off the board, and I think a lot of people had mocked Gibbs to this team. Bijan Robinson, I don't think there was a world that existed where he was going to fall at this point. But from a Dallas Cowboys perspective, what is the biggest need right now?
Believe it or not, like
with the 26 overall pick?
I still would not be upset if the Bengals took DeJuan Jones at 28.
The tackle?
Yeah. He's 6'8", 380. Just put him on the opposite side of a guy that's 6'8", 380. Our two tackles will be both 6'8" and upper 300s.
Getting Dak Prescott is the number one priority.
But I did tell Bengals fans, I was like, if we take DeJuan Jones in this draft, I require them to take Deuce Vaughn, the smallest running back in this draft, because you'd have two 6'8" tackles, and you have a little 5'5" Deuce Vaughn. Nobody would.
Is that the kid out of Tulsa?
Kansas State.
Yeah.
For Minnesota, but we've seen.
I don't understand. Like you see, now you're obligated to high five though.
Yeah.
Like I got to be honest. If I were an owner and I was in a war room, like what I'm doing here, like for me, like I would only feel this way if like I took like right now I have Miles Murphy.
Did he say John Michael Schmitz? Huh. That'd be interesting. That'd be funny because
and of course, they have made
the Cowboys would take another center.
Yeah.
But tied in with Michael Mayer, I mean, he does have some Jason Witten qualities to him. I think that was my comp. And so, Jason Witten being the comp for Michael Mayer is kind of interesting here since Jerry Jones had him. Now I'm gonna throw a little wild card.
Okay.
Everyone talks about Arkansas. Drew Sanders is a linebacker from Arkansas who was a 5-star recruit at Alabama. He transferred over to Arkansas, played inside linebacker, had over 100 tackles, 9.5 sacks, and 13.5 tackles for loss.
Then
Incredible
you move that
performance
superstar to
and
defensive end where he
from the
belongs.
linebacker spot. He is from Arkansas, if that matters to Jerry Jones at all. And it is a position of need for them because Leighton Vander Esch is on a 1-year deal. So, I mean, that's an interesting wild card pick.
So why was that a
I'm looking at
reach
your player rankings.
1 pick ago and now it's
I do like all
genius?
those things that
I gotta know.
Yeah.
I like them addressing the tight end position. I like going Drew Sanders and maybe having him.
I'm telling you right now, Jacksonville gets another trade. If it's not Meyer, the Bengals are like, here's here's Joe Burrow's child.
You know what's gonna happen. This is what's gonna happen. If it's not Mayer,
The Jaguars take him.
nope. Chiefs are gonna be like, let's put him next to Kelsey, and they're gonna go up and get him. I'll be like, how dare you?
How dare you? Maybe the Cowboys do you a favor and take Laporta.
Maybe that'd be crazy.
I think he's a day 2 guy.
With the 26th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Mozzie Smith,
Defensive tackle.
Michigan.
Wow.
Okay, so
Hold on. Bucky said your mind would be blown.
Is my mind blown on Mach 4.0, Bucky? Who do we have there for Dallas?
You had him? Oh, let's go.
Okay. My mind is blown. Mozzie Smith.
I had Mozzie, I think, in the 30s.
Where's Mozzie
He's
Smith
a straight nose
in
tackle.
your bingo card?
He's a straight nose tackle. That's interesting about him. I had him at 33.
I had so many tackles before him. So many. This is so many. So many. I had one guy twice before I got him. So many. What a mind-blowing pick. I'm still looking.
Still nothing. I don't see it on there.
Michigan State. That's a guy. Oh man. So many. Did I have Slade there twice too?
Maybe.
I think I did. Yeah. I had 2 guys there twice.
All I know is if I see all of a sudden KC move up, I'm going to laugh
So many.
my tail off.
I don't think I had him on my board. Not my first 200.
See, there's not a lot of him in the NFL anymore.
I did not have. I don't think I had him on my board at all. I got to be honest. I am flabbergasted. That is easily the biggest surprise and reach. You had Sika Ika. That'd be like someone taking the guy from Tennessee, Chattanooga, right now, who could be great. Muro Ojomo.
Yeah.
Jezron Newton. There's another guy I'm not naming because I'm willing him to fall. I'm pointedly not naming because the last time I told you I liked the guy, you took him. You son of a gun. You son of a goat. There are 2 guys I would take. I am rated in the 70s. I mean, maybe they fall. I don't think I had him on my board. And again, it's not a knock on him. But I just don't. Wow. Oh man. I did not have him in my top 200.
Yeah.
I just didn't. It is.
It is an interesting pick because he is like an old-fashioned, like just really large defensive tackle, but he's not athletic.
What was that guy? The guy,
like Jordan Davis. He's
the
not
guy that
athletic.
Redskins paid billions.
Albert
to?
Hainsworth. That's what I was about to say. He's more of an Albert Hainsworth style, which doesn't really fit in this league. So it is interesting because he's not athletic. He's simply a run stuffer.
Yeah, but everyone's running zone schemes. He's just gonna get washed. Like they're just gonna run around him like the giant mountain he is.
Yeah,
which is part of why the zone scheme got made. How the Jaguars get mayor.
Well, interesting thing too. Jaguars today, their left tackle was suspended.
Well, you know that OU kid is there. Broderick Jones is not.
No, what's the OU
Mouch
kid's
is
name?
there.
So I thought the Jaguars needed offensive line help before the guy got because they lost their right tackle as well. But now their left tackle is suspended for like 6 games.
Ojulari is someone that I'd be interested in. I'm telling you right now, their GM likes wide receiver. Like actually, like this would be. Hold on. The Joshua Downs is in play here.
Well, you got to remember they did get Calvin Ridley back from suspension.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I know this GM, and he likes defensive ends and wide receivers. He's much better at picking defensive ends. But you know, I think he comes for the first day when they measure the arm length, and that's like literally his board based on arm length. He just
yeah. This is crazy.
How heartbreaking would it be? Just for the record, Cincinnati did not trade down.
Yeah, as of right now, at least. See, there's like 5 guys on the board still that I'd be like, sweet. So I know that we're gonna be in a good spot. I'm happy. It's still crazy to me that Levis is on the board. It's not crazy to me.
I'm so validated right now.
The 27th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Anton Harrison, tackle,
There you go.
Oklahoma.
There we go.
Okay, you guys called it. You said, hey, there's some
I cannot look at my phone because I know.
I had him number 18. You hated him, so I get it.
I didn't have him that far. I only had him like 39 or something like that. So I didn't have him that far down.
Not necessarily the most refined player, but the tools are there. And when you think about in this draft, when we're looking at offensive tackle,
the stuff in his tape that made me triggered was the power rushes. That one he held up there fine.
But K-State, man.
Yeah, but like with power rushers, he got beat a lot. And in the AFC North with Myles Garrett, J.J. Watt, the freaking guy from I forget his name now, but the Ravens.
I just think he's a right tackle, though.
Yeah.
You're either patient or you're not as a tackle, and he's tough. Beatenbaugh, the offensive line coach, is a guy who coaches toughness. I think he does a nice job over there at Oklahoma. And
all right, Bengals.
The pick should already be in. What are we doing here?
It should be. It should be Michael Mayer or Joey Porter Jr.
Well, so I think the Bengals are like, they're about 5 guys we like. So do you love Mayer that much, or do you think there are 5 guys I like, and Laporta might be in round 2?
That's the thing. Is like, if somebody wanted to move up for Will Levis right here, I would not be upset to get us an extra pick
Mhm.
because
You remember when Spencer Rattler was going to be like the next big quarterback?
Yeah. Hey, he did pop off the last couple games of the season last year. So if he has a huge season this year, you never know. If he has a huge season this year and then Bryce Young does well this year, he could get drafted high.
I need more than one good year, man.
I agree, but he could get drafted high. That's what I'm saying. Anthony Richardson played 13 games.
So you guys are going to throw Joe Burrow at me again. That wasn't a good year. That was one of the greatest years ever.
Yeah.
And I wasn't just looking like you got to look at the way he played.
Yeah.
So wins and losses are good, but why don't I like Will Levis? Because in losses, he's the reason they lost.
Yep.
He's not the reason they were in it. He's the reason they lost.
Yeah.
And that is why, I had him. He's on my board somewhere, I'm sure. Will Levis is here. Unlike that defensive tackle. Like clearly, like he was not. I thought the Niners might get him like way down the board.
So at that point, you got to find somebody that can play.
You can't go from, like to your point, ascending, knowing that you have something going that's working, all of a sudden that becomes a little bit of a lie.
I think the Bengals are taking phone calls. I think that's why the pick's not in.
I'm bummed we didn't get to talk about Cincinnati and what you thought that they could do. The reality is, it doesn't really matter because we find out the answer right now.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go. I feel like it has to be Mayer.
Gotta be Mayer. This is the.
With the 28th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Miles Murphy, defensive end, Clemson.
He gets drafted earlier in this draft by the Detroit Lions, but
I think it's solid. I mean, I think he's a base hit. You've got, it's interesting.
So the Bengals got my number 4 player on the board. I'm sorry. I'm not laughing because you're sad.
I mean, they got my number 25 player on the board. So it's
At
not
number
like,
28.
yeah, so it's not like it's awful. But I can't.
Look, I think Miles Murphy can carry more weight. He's tough and physical.
I'm just surprised that they didn't have. I'm surprised. I now need to check my Bengals feed to see people irate.
What's funny is I'm so high on this guy. I think you guys got the 4th best player in this class. I truly believe that. And again, just like with the Bills, I was watching the Bengals, and this is my impression of me watching Chiefs Bengals. You're giving them too much time. You're giving them too much time to throw. You got to get to them.
Yep. Yeah, and that really is the two things you can point to that lost us the Super Bowl and lost us the AFC Championship game. AFC Championship game, besides the injuries to our offensive line, we couldn't get to Mahomes.
Mm-hmm.
And then the year before that, it was offensive line. Last year, we fixed offensive line, just unfortunate injuries at the end of the season.
Mm-hmm.
This year, we couldn't get to anybody. So, I mean, if he ends up panning out, great.
Yeah.
Defensive pass rush, I'm never going to be upset about the trenches. But I am, based on this team's identity, I'm blown away that they passed on Michael Mayer. I really am.
Well, so here, let me try to sell this to you because I have my laughs and I feel a little convicted.
Oh, no, it's okay. It is hilarious. I've been trashing him all night.
All night you've been like, this guy's nothing. And the thing was like, my gold. So let me try to sell this to you a different way. Joe Burrow's an MVP candidate.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to score 35 to 40 points a game.
Yep.
You don't need to score 60 points.
Yep.
You need to stop the other team from scoring 45 points.
Yeah. The other thing, too, so the reason I was telling people don't be surprised if the Bengals don't get tight end until later in the draft is because 2 years ago,
Mm-hmm.
CJ Uzama looked like a star.
Mm-hmm.
He got freaking $8 million a year from the Jets,
Mm-hmm.
and then had like 150 yards
There's
receiving.
a Zach Wilson quotient.
True. But what I'm saying is like Joe Burrow made CJ Uzama
Mhm.
look like CJ Uzama. Hayden Hurst had not had a good season in the NFL.
Mhm.
He comes to Cincinnati,
Mhm.
looks like a star, go get $7 million a year from the Panthers.
Mhm.
We just signed Irv Smith, who has had health issues.
Don't they
But
still have Moss Jr.?
no.
Okay.
He's in the XFL, I think, or USFL.
Mhm.
But
Yeah, I feel like that's a guy who's gonna kind of hang around and then get a shot.
yeah, and I hope it's with us.
Like I said,
The other thing too is if you look at how our team is constructed financially right now too, Sam Hubbard is on a rather expensive deal. Trey Hendrickson is on a rather expensive deal. DJ Reader is on a rather expensive deal. Our defensive line is paid a lot of money for the little production that they got. So we had to get I knew we were going to get defensive line at some point. I was surprised that it went with this. Now, could the Saints go, Mayor? Could the Saints get a backup to Carr with Levis?
So Levis, I know that
I think Levis is going to the second round.
I think Carr is screaming Mayor.
Yeah.
I think Carr is going out of his mind for Mayor or Laporta.
You see the Carr break open the door.
The Carr's like the door's shaking in the background because Carr's like, get him right now. But again, I think you're gonna score points. You got the second runner up for Rookie of the Year. You got I don't know, Alvin Kamara. Is he gonna play? Like, what's going on with him?
Yeah.
Michael Thomas is there. You got a lot of weapons. I really think Carr is going to prove to me this year. I've always been arguing Carr's not bad. Carr's never had a defense. Carr's an MVP playing on a team that can erase an MVP because 30 points a game isn't enough.
Yeah.
And 30 points will do it on any team but Oakland or Vegas. So I think Carr is pounding down the door. Give me Mayor. But I think the Saints are looking breezy.
Yeah,
I think the Saints are looking at Nolan Smith, Joey Porter Jr. I think the Saints are looking at, hey, Derek, you came here because we allow less than 30 points a game. Let's allow less than 20 points a game, and then suddenly we're one of the best teams in the league. What you don't want is Kansas City to get Joe Porter Jr.
No. They have like 4 rookies on DB last year.
Did trade back in?
No, Philly.
No, look.
Pittsburgh has the first pick and the second.
Oh.
They got that they traded away that wide receiver from there.
Does Pittsburgh still get Joey Porter Jr. in the second round?
Yep.
29th pick in the 2023 NFL
I don't think.
The New Orleans Saints select Brian Brzee.
Bam!
There you go.
Clemson.
Bucky, it seems like you were not surprised by the selection here.
I'm not surprised, but it was a player that I put a grade on. And sometimes in these things, you want to make sure that you put that your guys go when you give them a good grade. So this kid was the number 1 recruit in high school when he came out. He was a 5-star player. He had everything that you want to see. Goes to Clemson, has an up and down career, partially due to injuries and partially also due to an unfortunate situation with his sister. But when you see him flash, the flashes stand out in terms of the size, the strength, the power. He has some takeover.
Philly needs a corner.
Consistent. And so if he's right,
man,
he could be a
I really need Joey Porter Jr. to go in the next 2 picks because
you can't handle being a Steeler.
It's gonna infuriate me. Not because I think he's like the world's greatest or anything. And honestly, I don't care what corner it is when it's our receivers. But it's just one of those things that, like, I know I'm going to end up hating him as a player.
Mhm.
And it's going to piss me off.
I gotta be honest. You could have drafted him. You'd still probably hate him a little bit.
Probably slightly, yeah.
You were like, it's not.
Anytime he did something wrong, I'd be like, stupid Joey Porter.
I gotta be honest. The Saints got my number 10 player. Now my number 11 player is on the board. My number 13 player, my number 14 player are still on the board with 29, 30, and 31, literally. So I would be pleased if Branch, Mayer, and Smith went off the board in that order.
Yeah.
No, it's Philadelphia, KC. That's it. So one of my top 15 players is going to be sitting there in the second round, and that's crazy. Probably Branch because safeties are undervalued. I don't. Philly just traded up. No, Philly was
Yeah,
after.
they were there.
Yeah, okay. I wouldn't like. Philly loves some pass rushers, so Nolan Smith here. Think about it. Philly would then have. Did Philly take the? Who took him? Yeah. Can you imagine the Georgia defensive line?
I just tweeted that I spent all night trashing Murphy to my friend. We went Murphy. Murphy's gonna be a beast now.
Murphy's the greatest
He's
guy.
the best.
He's so.
We got a top 10 talent.
You did.
Oh man, there are some people that are so upset.
I can't. I was like, no way this happens. No way this happens.
Yeah.
And then Mayer was on the board. I'm like, surely.
One of the Bengals guys said that it's reported that they after Dallas picked, they saw Michael Mayer mouth the words 2 picks to the Bengals, right?
Yeah.
And then we passed on him. And
I bet he is the most shocked man on the planet.
It's gonna be interesting. Man, if I'm the Bengals,
who do the Eagles have a tight end?
Dallas Goedert.
I think that's an upgrade.
I would agree.
But again, Joey Porter Jr. makes a lot of sense. And I would not put it past the Eagles to just say, like, why don't we just flush out? Why don't we just collect the whole set of Georgia defensive linemen? It worked for Georgia. Let's try it. let's give it a shot. There's a part of me that wants that to happen, even though that would kind of scare me a bit.
That would be hilarious because they'd have Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter.
Yeah, it would be the Georgia championship. It would literally be that line, with the exception of the one guy who went to Jacksonville. And then the Eagles would be like, you got to trade him to this.
Yeah.
There's got to be a rule in there. I got to be honest. Nolan Smith being down this low. I mean, now he's in my top 14.
Former Bengals tight end Tyler Eifert, who is also a Notre Dame player, is like, what the heck?
Yeah.
He was hoping he would go.
What's round 2 look like? Can you bring round 2 up? Because I was shocked that the Steelers had the first pick in round 2.
Yeah.
The Cardinals could take him.
Round 2.
The Cardinals could take Mayer. But he's already going in round 2. People thought 3 tight ends were going to go.
All right.
And again, there's still...
round 2. It starts Steelers, Cardinals, Lions, Colts, Rams, the Seahawks, Raiders, Panthers, Saints, and then it's pretty much just normal order. I tell you one thing though, if it gets to pick 5 of the second round, which is where the Rams are, and Michael Mayer is still on the board, I am going to send Jonah Williams, because they desperately needed a left tackle since Andrew Whitworth has been gone, and pick 60 to them for pick 36. And I'm going to take Michael Mayer. I don't know if they take that trade. Might have to throw a late round pick. Might have to throw like a 6th on there too. But we're in a position where we can get aggressive. But I think it's more likely that the Bengals want more picks than less picks.
Mhm.
So I could also see them trade Jonah Williams just for extra picks. So
I don't know. I think this is very unusual, and round 2 is going to be more crazy.
yeah,
I'm gonna have that on my computer while I'm playing video games with my wife.
yeah. When does it start? What time does it start tomorrow?
Got to be 8 o'clock, 7 o'clock.
I think they started earlier.
I don't care what happens, man. The NFL draft always takes forever.
It does.
And I still think, like, why do you need that much time?
You don't. They do for. I think it says at 7. It doesn't say, but
That's 4 hours, man.
yeah. My wife was like, I was like, well, I'll be home a little after midnight, and she was like, seriously? I was like, yeah. She's like, don't you have to work tomorrow? I was like, yeah.
Worth it.
I was like,
first off, it's an in-service day.
yeah,
They're not really.
exactly. And I don't have to go to the breakfast thing that they have in the morning, so technically, I don't even have to be there till 9. Which I'm not gonna. I'm gonna be there earlier, obviously. But
Yeah, you're on camera.
yeah. I'm gonna be there earlier.
Of course, I'll be there on time.
I'm running the training, so I'm gonna be there earlier. But
I think I took the training you were doing just because you were doing it. Like,
Yeah.
Are you doing the Z6 training?
yeah,
In the early morning, right?
yeah, I do very little of it. It's actually other people that are running this.
Well, I mean, I looked at the camera for like 5 minutes, like, oh, I got it.
Yeah, it's it.
I
Who are these people?
Joining me on stage now are some very special guests, content creators who you know from YouTube, Dude Perfect,
They brought us in.
and Jason and Travis's mom, Donna Kelsey.
You're a content creator. You can't figure out where a microphone is?
He's got one on. Looks like. So I think it
Someone
sounds like
hired the
it's
sound guy.
good there, but it's not good on TV. Oh, it's a custom coin with Jason on one side and Travis on the other.
I'm sorry, that's just not interesting to me.
Yeah, this is weird. Can we move on?
With the 30th pick in the 2020
She should just stay there and make the next one too.
The Philadelphia Eagles select Nolan Smith, linebacker.
There it is.
Georgia.
How do you not do it?
You had to.
How do you not do that?
Nolan Smith, edge.
You had to. It made no sense not to.
The 14th player on my board went number 30. And the Eagles are still like
High
pressure the
rate
quarterback.
to get in front of quarterbacks or
Pressure
to
the quarterback.
quarterbacks. We saw that when he was
I keep going back. I'm sorry, you're not gonna like it, but
I'm reading body language.
come on.
I should take a deep
The
breath.
chin.
I saw this one.
Rush the
Well,
quarterback.
I mean, it's
Rush
genius.
the quarterback.
The Eagles are basically saying,
It's genius.
we know what works. Georgia guys work.
Yeah.
We're going to find that out still. To be fair,
All I
Jordan
know
Davis
is
didn't do a whole lot last year. Nakobe Dean is still unproven. You just
Michael
look at
Mayer is
Jalen
about to
Carter,
be a freaking.
and now you
He's
have
got
Nolan
to be.
Smith. Now, Nolan Smith
I haven't
is
seen anything
a guy-
on it yet, but Michael Mayer has
I
got to
think the
be.
Chiefs take Joey Porter Jr.
He could.
and then you really hate him. You thought you hated him. You only hate him more if the Pittsburgh Steelers get him tomorrow. And the Steelers look like geniuses if that happens. Bo Nix is a guy that people thought was going to, like, you know. One thing I like doing is I like going to, like, mock drafts 2 years up.
Yeah.
Because you think, like, oh, no one had Caleb Williams in the 2024 draft 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Now they're like Caleb Williams.
The thing is, like, the reason I am okay with Miles Murphy at this point is because we have Lou Anarumo.
Mhm.
And some of the players that were cast-offs from other teams that Lou Anarumo has turned into like low-key stars.
Yeah.
I'm
He's
like,
gonna be a head coach in 2024.
you have a good chance. And so like I have full faith in his ability to make any defensive player good. So as much as I had some disdain for Miles Murphy, I think it could end up being a good thing.
So
And if our
Josh,
pass rush gets better. Our pass rush gets better.
yep, Josh Downs is in play. Hyatt is in play. What are they looking at here?
I think that was Nolan Smith. There's so many good players still there in the second. So I can pretty much already say that I'm gonna be.
I gotta
Like-
be honest. Like, I think you let Mayer go. I still think Mouch. Like, I think people are sleeping on.
Well, what I think is gonna happen now is that Murphy was not expected to be that low.
Mhm.
And what's funny is earlier in the week, I was in a Spaces on Twitter with some guys talking, and I was like, I'm not really a fan of his, but what happened last year? The Bengals were not expected to go safety round 1, but Daxton Hill was a top 15 guy and dropped, and we took him because he was there because they go BPA. And I was like, a guy I could see dropping because he's not like flashy is Miles Murphy. I literally said this in his face. I was like, I'm not a big fan of his, but I could see him dropping. And I feel like if he's there at 28, the Bengals would take him.
Well, what this proves is the Bengals should hire me as a scout because every guy I like, they take.
CTB last year, we're gonna jump in front of the Niners.
we're gonna get in front of them Niners. Oh, he's your number 3 guy.
This one, you're like, Miles Murphy might be there for the Raiders in the second round.
Yeah, I thought, but I promise you, the Raiders weren't going to take that defensive end of Clemson. The Raiders were like, we're not doing that.
No. They're off. The Clemson is off our
Clemson
board.
is off limits.
Yeah, but what I was saying too is like, there were a ton of people that were expected to go after the first that went in the first.
Who trades with the Chiefs to get Levis or Hooker and get that 5th-year option?
I don't know. That is a very Chiefs thing to do.
Who trades with the Chiefs and gets Levis or Hooker for the 5th-year option? Oh man, I'm gonna be, and like, so Levis. I don't know if you ever see this or not, but I hope that you're every bit as furious as I think you are. And I hope that you take it out on every team that passed on you.
I'm not gonna lie.
At least once.
I'm not gonna lie though. It would be really hilarious because this Kansas City crowd has been so lame the whole night. And then if they trade their pick and they don't pick the one tonight,
they would just go home though. They're like, we got a Super Bowl trophy.
Okay.
We don't need it.
Yeah.
You could argue the Chiefs might just be partied out. They kind of had their fun. But I'm sorry, this has been the most boring draft, like, fan interaction.
Yeah.
And I've been watching the NFL draft since Eddie George was a rookie.
Yeah, last year it was in Cleveland, right?
That was a party, man.
That was a party. But in Kansas City's defense, they have been partying. Cleveland has nothing to look forward to.
Yeah, Cleveland, like, they better party. That's like the only good thing that's happening.
Yeah. So,
I got a lot of jokes. I'm just gonna let go. Just gonna let them slide.
Yeah, I could see a world where there's gonna be a lot of round 3 and 4 projection guys that go in round 2 tomorrow, based on how this draft has been going.
Nutty.
And so there's gonna be guys at 60 for us that I'm super excited about. It's crazy that you don't even get a pick until 99. But I could see a world where you guys stay pat because
there are 3 guys we like, I promise.
Yeah, but I could also see a world where you're like, let me go up and move around.
I think they're gonna watch the kid out of Maryland, the kid out of Pitt. There are a couple of the kid out of Syracuse. I think everyone knows that the Niners need a tackle, and I love the kid out of BYU.
The tackle,
Yeah,
Blake Freeland, he's a
Yeah.
monster.
DeJuan Jones is still there, and I think he's a right tackle.
Man, I'm telling you, DeJuan Jones, ESPN's analytics projection had DeJuan Jones
Motley Crue is also
55 to
there.
like
Gentlemen,
63.
How we doing? I'm Nolan Smith. And it's like, wow, this is a professional. He just came right over and he just carries himself different. You know what I mean? And then when you start hearing stories out of Georgia about his football character, it all makes sense. He's kind of a dude, and I think he's got a chance to be an alpha in that locker room.
It is sort of fascinating, and some people might.
Nolan Smith reminds me of Von Miller.
You know what?
Yeah.
Hey, it's a job interview. These guys are gonna, turn it on and flip that switch. Hey, not everyone can flip the
The
switch.
big thing for him
And
is going to be
the ones
can he
who
stay
do
healthy?
Don't always.
I
do it.
think-
Like,
I think the Bengals did it right and the Bills did it
you're
wrong.
evaluating both of them.
What's he flipping the switch?
And look, I love the Bills. I wish them the best. I want the Bill. I want not the Chiefs. That's what I want.
Yeah.
I want not the Chiefs. And the Bengals did the thing you need to do because Pat Mahomes has never lost to an offense.
Yeah. Well, the Bills have been desperate because the last 2 years they didn't get as far as they wanted. They didn't get to the championship game the last 2 years. The Bengals did.
Yeah, you keep getting outscored, and you keep not trying to stop people from scoring. At some point in time, you got to stop the other team. And look, I get it, but Mahomes is it. Mahomes, I'm sorry, I love Joe Burrow. Mahomes is it. And if you want to beat Mahomes, you need some dogs in his face. The Niners were the only team that came even close compared to the Bucks, and it's because they pressured the middle of the line.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's what I said.
The other thing too is this is Trey Hendrickson's last year of his deal.
So I thought how it could be. We'll find out.
So that is a thing to consider in terms of our defense.
Aren't they highway? Aren't they highway speed?
They're the same person. Oh, shut up. Just make the pick.
I like that.
I hope it falls. Stupid Chiefs.
How about in Kansas City?
Yeah.
I was not expecting his voice to sound like that.
Yeah, I thought he'd be a little.
31st pick of the 2023 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Felix Enrique
Double A.
Uzomah,
Okay.
Whoa.
defensive end, Kansas State.
Whoa.
So I got lied to. So
Was it Hyatt?
I'm gonna text that guy and tell him to lose my number.
Defense to be
Okay, hold on.
He's
Where'd I have him?
I had him.
He's a day 2 guy. I had him in a day 2.
I had him at 47.
I had him at 59.
Yeah. So that was an interesting first round. Everyone said Michael Mayer wouldn't be there for us, and now he's there in the second. So that's interesting. There's a lot of guys. So, let's see. In terms of, best available, who's there for coming tomorrow?
Yeah, who are your top 5 best available?
For obviously, Michael Mayer and Joe Porter Jr.
There's a tight end out there.
Will Levis is up there, but I don't really care about him. But on my actual board, it's Joey Porter Jr., Brian Branch, Michael Mayer, Hendon Hooker, Cam Smith, Steve Avila, John Michael Schmitz.
You got a real high grade on Avila, man.
I do. And then Osiris Torrance.
I have my 5, Branch, Mayer, Torrance, and Antonio Johnson out of Texas A&M.
Mm-hmm.
And then, believe it or not, Cody Mach.
Okay. I can get that. Cody Mach was my 8th one. So.
Interesting.
It was definitely unpredictable first round. They
Uh,
said it would be
Nothing's going to be more like so. Okay, I'm sorry. That Mozzie Smith, that is
and that one, Jahmyr Gibbs,
well, Jahmyr Gibbs was the shock of the night
and then
until
Mozzie
Mozzie Smith got drafted, and I'm sitting here like, what?
Yeah,
Did I have him in my top 200?
I had an early second on him, but I was not expecting. I was not
They don't even
expecting
run
to
a
go first.
3-4. They don't even run a like that. That makes
It
no
doesn't make
sense.
sense. It doesn't make sense for their defense because he's not a pass rusher. He's literally just a brick that you stick in the middle of the field.
Maybe you think he'll just eat bodies so Micah Parsons can get around.
That could be it, man. I don't know, but yeah. Well,
so who do you feel? We'll close it out with who do you feel made the best pick? Who do you feel had the best pick?
Despite what it cost them, I think the Texans. It's hard to say getting CJ Stroud, who we both had as number 1, and then
Will Anderson,
and then trading up and getting Will Anderson too, and then still having a buttload of picks because they had so many picks anyways.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard for me not to be like pumped for them.
Yeah.
So they're my winners of the draft so far.
I think the Texans are the best team in the AFC South right now.
I could see that.
And I think the only competition is, people are going to want to say Tennessee. Nah, dude.
Yeah.
It's Jacksonville Texans.
Yep.
Because you got dogs at the two most important
There's
positions
a lot of
in
good
football.
players on that board still.
There's a lot of guys on that board.
Snap! I forgot about Darnell Washington too, the 6'7" guy from Georgia that's a tight end.
Yeah, the Bengals are like, oh, they're all there.
Yeah, there's a whole lot.
Yeah,
man, get me one of those 3.
Yeah,
give me one of those 2 tight ends or DeJuan Jones.
So I agree with you. I would have taken the Texans. I think that it was low hanging. I was like, it's really low hanging fruit. You got my number 1 and 3 guy.
Yeah.
Let me see here. So I'll say the boldest first round was the Eagles. Just basically like Georgia.
Yeah.
We're drafting Georgia. The Eagles are going to take the Stetson Bennett in the 6th round. They're gonna take, but that's bold. That's not my opinion.
The Philadelphia Bulldogs.
Yeah, Philadelphia Bulldogs. Let me see here. I hold on. Who was the other one that they got? Honestly, I think the Texans just ran away with it.
Yeah.
Like, so the Eagles, if the all in on Georgia works, then yeah, the Eagles will have the better area. They have more picks. I was looking for look, I love the Raiders getting Tyree Wilson a 7. Every time I did a mock draft and Wilson fell down, I'm like, no way.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
So I love it. I love that, but I'm a Raiders fan. There's a bias there. I think everyone else just we're like, I don't know, who do you like? Like, who do you like?
They're like, okay, I'll take
I
this
will
guy.
give props to the Chargers for taking Quentin Johnston.
Yeah.
I think that's some other stuff. And I got to be honest, I think the mistake of the draft was the Bills. I don't think Kincaid is a bad player. Kincaid might be an all-pro, but you're trying to outscore Pat Mahomes, and that cannot be done.
I don't think Kincaid moves the needle enough for their team in the first round when they need to, because it's just going to keep getting harder. The AFC is so freaking loaded.
Yeah, you got to stop other teams.
Yeah, they got Aaron Rodgers in their division now too, so it's like it's not their division got harder. But that was fun.
Yeah. So thanks for thanks for being here. Thanks for bringing pizza.
Yeah.
I really appreciate it. It's been a crazy 4 hours. It's super late. We're super sleepy. But it was really, really fun. I'm sorry. I'm gonna watch every down Miles Murphy plays.
Yeah, you're gonna literally you need to like clip that part of you laughing, and every time he gets a sack next year,
just play that.
send it to me.
just send it, because you're gonna laugh like that every time.
I know.
You're gonna be like, yeah. But see, here's the thing. I hope I get to tell you I told you.
Yeah, I do too.
When the Bengals are up by 3 and Mahomes rolls out and Murphy trips him up.
Yep.
That's when everybody's happy.
Yeah.
Everybody's happy. And the draft it's always a lottery. The odds are first round 50%.
Yeah.
Half of these guys are going to be busts. I don't think it's because of the talent. I think I think when you draft a guy because he's a guy rather than you draft the guy who fits what you do, that's how busts happen. So we'll see. We'll see. But we're going to wish you all a good night. And we will see you around. Watch Twitch tomorrow. I'm going to play some more Dead by Daylight. And I'll have the wife and maybe one of my brothers just to round out the team. And we'll see you around. Bye.